Okay. So, very warm and pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am Anushka, and my co host Nikunj would like to welcome you all to the final round of Hack in the North 5.0. We've seen the amount of sweat and effort all the teams have put in over the last 2 days. Every team deserves credit for the accomplishments made in a very short period of time. So, after spending a significant amount of time and effort inspecting each and every hack, 9 teams were shortlisted from the first round.
So, before starting, we will first get acquainted with the instructions that will be followed during our final round. The final stage will include a live demonstration by the finalist as well as a cross question and answer session with a distinguished panel of judges.
Each team will be assigned a 5-minute time constraint for the live presentation and an approximate 8-minute time limit for the question and answer session. I kindly request you all to adhere to the time limits for the smooth functioning of the event.
Today's judging panel includes four respected professionals. Anak GS, who is currently working as a software engineer at Qualcomm. Ranjana Vyas, assistant professor and coordinator of New Gen IEDC at IIIT Allahabad. Nirbhik Jangir, founder of the DAP list, and Karan Singh, principal architect and a developer evangelist at Red Hat.
So let's get started with our first team, Pied Piper, and their project name is Virtual Van Gogh, and the participants are Pranav Mishra, uh, Parikshit Joshi, Abhay Bansal, and Shreyas Patil. Do we have you with us here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you may start presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, good evening, judges. This is Team Pied Piper. I'll allow to make sure that my audio is audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, sure. So let's start. I'll share my screen. So basically, our project is we are a virtual museum art gallery where we are displaying NFTs, and while showing the NFTs, we charge the user, like someone who enters the museum, we charge them with a certain amount of Ethereum based on the amount of time they would spend in the museum itself. So after when they leave, we will divide that amount Ethereum that we got from the user to the artists themselves based on a few things. The amount of time one spends before an NFT. So if someone really likes an NFT and they're spending more time with it, we know that that artist would get like more amount of Ethereum. So based on that weighted distribution, we distribute the money. And I would like to demo it right now. So this is our homepage, and this is where we explain what the actual museum is. And there's one button here, and also you can just see the like some NFTs that we have specified, we have featured on the home
Exactly.
screen.
Different collections of NFTs.
So yeah, let's connect. So what we are using here is we are using MetaMask for collection of funds. So the user who enters, they have to connect their MetaMask account. So when we click connect MetaMask, this pop-up will come, and basically it will ask the permission of the user to connect their account with the uh, museum, the website. So once the connection is done, here we are presenting them with 3 plans. One is standard, premium, and supreme. So in standard plan, we will charge 0.01 Ethereum for 15 minutes, for 1 hour 0.02, and for 0.05 Ethereum as long as they can stay in the museum. So if I select 0.01, or let's go with 0.02 Ethereum, and when I click that, there's another pop-up for the payment request. As you can see, we are charging 0.02 Ethereum. And when we click confirm, so it will take time for the blockchain to verify this transaction. Once we get the notification that the transaction is successful, we will redirect them to the actual museum. So it will just take 10 seconds.
We developed the museum in Unity 3D and then we integrated it in the web. And
So yeah,
yeah, continue.
yeah. So the transaction got successful. So the user is redirected to the actual museum, and this is a museum where the user can interact and they can basically explore it for the amount of time they are in. And we have different sections here. So the first one is the board ape section. Here are the NFTs that we are showcasing, and the user can just click on it to have a better look. So this is one NFT, and then this is the other one. Yeah, so they can basically explore the museum for how long they want, how much long they want within the time frame. So this is then another section. I'll just simply show you. So these are few NFTs. So yeah,
Okay, so
once they explore, they can also exit the museum
So
right here.
what? Yeah. So what we are doing is when we view the image, when we view the NFT, then we start a timer. So basically, it calculates the amount of time you are viewing an NFT. So when you will exit the game, then it will calculate the percentage of time you spent looking at a particular NFTs. So it will create a list like if this particular NFT you spend 30% of your time in, and similarly for all the NFTs. So in that way, we distribute the fee amount to the artists. Like if one NFT is viewed 30% of a user's time, then we divide 30% of the fee to that particular artist of that NFT.
So yeah, I'll just demonstrate the
Yeah.
exit screen.
Escape exit and press escape and exit.
Yeah. So they can press E to exit, or if they want to return, they can return. So if I click exit, so this is the data that the amount of time the user has spent in percentage. So based on this, the more amount of Ethereum will be transferred for Cyberpunk bot and then board it. So we can also show you that this transaction is happening actually. So right now, if I show you my MetaMask account, as you can see here, 0.02 Ethereum has been deducted, and this 0.02 Ethereum is being added to account 2 and account 3. And so these are actually the contract. So we can also see the internal transactions which the account gets, and I can demonstrate. So if you see the internal transaction, these transactions are being done by a smart contract. So as you can see, 0.01 Ether has been received out of 0.02 Ether total amount to this account. And here is the smart contract for that, which we wrote in Solidity. And this basically takes in the addresses and the amounts, and it distributes the particular amount to the particular address. So that was our project. And here are the few things that
Should we go
I would
ahead with
like.
the presentation? PPT.
Or you had some questions, judges, or can we finish presentation of our
Yeah.
meeting?
So I've got few questions, but I'll ask after the presentation. Maybe if you guys want to present this.
If you could
Sure.
wrap
Could
up the
we-
presentation a bit
Yeah,
sooner,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just go through it. Um,
Is the presentation visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. So this is the problem statement. So we wanted to create a digital space where authentic digital arts are being showcased, and it also supports indie artists. People can come visit these museums, and the indie artists can earn the money. And then this is the tech stack we have used. We have used vanilla JavaScript and Parcel. And for the museum environment, we have used Unity 3D and Blender. And for the blockchain thing, we have used Solidity, Ethereum Web3. And so these were the few challenges that we faced. First major challenge was that none of us were actually from actually from blockchain background. So we had to collaborate on this project, and we really worked hard, and we successfully completed this project within 36 hours. And then another big challenge was to integrate WebGL inside a web browser. So for that, we uh, ran that WebGL server in a standalone server and then connected it to the actual browser. And then another challenge was to calculate the time spent to
yeah, the payment
calculate
scheme,
the weighted distribution.
the way we distribute the money to the artists, that was one challenge. And the last one was integrating the smart contract and like means authenticating the transfers with these
As
contracts.
we were new to blockchain, it was a little bit difficult for us, but yeah, we worked out in the end.
Yeah. So finally, we have successfully deployed it, and it actually works. And these are few of the snapshots. And this is the weighted payment scheme, which the user actually can see the amount of time they have spent, and this exact amount will be transferred to the artist. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you.
has been Pipe Piper. Thank you for the opportunity.
You can ask
Sir,
some
if you
questions.
have any questions.
Yes, I've got few questions. First of all, like the idea seems, I think, fine. But the point that I have is basically, why do you think a user will pay to view an NFT? Right? Because I'm personally an NFT collector, so I'll rather pay it for it, for owning it rather than viewing it. Why do you think, at the fundamental level, a person would pay for just viewing the NFT? Right? If it
Uh,
if it if it has a value which is basically emotional or something, uh, which is related to movies, where you pay to watch the movie, you don't own it, right? Over there, because you are getting entertainment or emotional value. But over here, I'm just viewing a picture, which I'm just viewing it for a few seconds. I'm not able to own it, and I'm paying for it.
Exactly, sir.
So I.
This is the exact question that we had.
Mhm.
So this is a current business model. We obviously want to change it to in the future. What we want to do is
Mhm.
the entries in the museum will be free, but the users,
Yes.
if they like, if they like the NFT, when they buy it, we'll charge a small amount and keep it to
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yes.
also,
But currently we don't own NFTs, so we can't sell
yeah,
NFTs, right? So
I mean,
also,
you don't have to really sell NFTs. What you can probably do is ask
We can
people
act as a
to.
marketplace. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So you can ask people to host their NFTs into your museum, right?
yeah,
And whenever there's a sale, say a sale that happens, you can take a cut from it rather than asking user to do it.
exactly, so that's what our future
Right?
business model is. But
Mhm.
currently we didn't
Okay,
have any
got it, got it,
original
got it.
NFTs. So
And how do you transfer these funds? So once person buys, let's say, subscription, he goes inside. So he has logged the amount in a smart contract, and through that smart contract, you distribute it to the owner of the NFT. Is that how
Yes,
it's
sir.
working right now?
Yes, that's
Yes, sir.
exactly how it
Yes,
works.
sir.
exactly.
Okay.
We take the amount from the user and keep it inside our museum wallet, and then after the user exited the wallet, we calculate the amount of
Mhm.
time and distribute it accordingly to the different
Okay.
artists currently.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to
Got
answer
it.
your first question, Ervik.
Mhm.
Like as you said, why do you have to pay, right? The
Mhm.
thing is, currently, if you wish to view any NFT, just to admire its artwork. There are no places currently. There is OpenSea, of course, but that's not how you actually see an artwork, right? It's just like a bunch of images and with no proper environment. So this gives you like a isolated area where you can view the images to your liking,
Yeah.
and you
Especially if like museum is integrated with a VR service, because this is just a basic 3D model.
yeah, we are. That's actually our future
No,
enhancement.
no, definitely. The idea seems fine. I'm not contradicting that. Like the
Yes,
idea seems good.
yes.
There are already few implementations of it.
Yes,
There is one
yes.
which is in Decentraland, which is where you can go virtually and explore NFTs and buy them. And
Oh,
there's a cut that happens. And then there's another project which is building similar project, which has been in the space for more than 1 year. Right. So
oh,
there are implementation. The idea seems good. The idea is good. You can definitely have a business model around it. I just had few fundamental questions around like why a user has to pay. That's it.
right.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
the implementation is good. Yeah.
Yes. So I'll just take 1 single minute. So
Sure.
I
Sure.
would also like to answer that question. Uh, right now, like if someone pays for something, this is actually analogous to actual museums. So if you visit Louvre Museum, so you will pay to watch some famous paintings. For example, the Mona Lisa. So there you can also watch you can also see Mona Lisa virtually. You can also see fake paintings everywhere, but you uh, admire the genuinity, the authenticity of that artwork. So you pay to experience it. So this is exactly the same thing. So NFTs are actually uh, they are the
They are meant
authentic
to be admired and
owners. Yeah, they have authentic owners.
Okay.
So
Okay. Got it. Got it. Got your point. But in that,
yeah,
basically, what happens is NFTs has changed how we interact with creative art. Right. You can own the art.
Hmm.
Exactly. Right.
yes.
Now, this will hinder basically your user adoption. If you go live with this model, the users won't be coming, to be honest. Right. What you can do is basically once you reach a point where you have delivered a quality curation, right? Then you can basically ask for a fee for them to view, right? Or you can also have private auctions through you,
Right.
that you can
Yes.
do. But at that
Yes.
point where you already have a user base and you want to go all out and say, okay, we are offering premium services, now you can do auctions as well inside our this the virtual environment. Then I think you'll be able to charge users as well, because then people who want this VIP access, the
Yes.
collectors, they'll be coming in.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is basically we are providing an experience,
Hmm.
moreover. So
I got
yeah,
it. Got it.
this
Yeah.
will be in metaverse, so people can actually interact with it more realistically, like how they do in
Hmm.
natural museums and all, actual
Got
museums.
it.
So
Got it. Got it.
experience is our topmost priority.
Mhm.
Uh, Based on that, our business model will be developed.
Got it.
Uh,
Got it. I'm done with my questions. Other judges, I
yes,
think other judges are waiting for. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
Karan
So I'll
Rashmi,
go.
sir.
please.
Yeah, I
Karan
can
sir,
go.
you have a question.
So I'll have two questions. So first of all, Team Pied Piper, good name and
Thank
and
you.
good presentation, right? So one basic fundamental question. By the way, I like this space. Almost all the judges here like this space, but I want to ask from you, what was the why did you chose to work on this topic, this domain? Why have you not chosen other things? Just want to hear
Yeah.
from you. I know the answer, but I just want to hear from you.
Yeah,
so
sir.
now
Before the hackathon, like we were discussing all the ideas, and somehow like this virtual museum thing also like NFTs are trending, and I knew Unity, and so we knew that like we can build a 3D museum something, and all we needed to do like was make sure the smart contract works. So it seemed doable, and we were optimistic, so we picked up a day before the hackathon started.
and also NFTs are really growing and are the buzzword currently. So it was a win-win for us.
All right, good. And the last one that I have is just tell me like two core challenges that you guys feel that like these are the top two, not just two. any top 2 or top 3 challenges that you faced while working on this use case, building the product, building this MVP, and then so what are the top challenges that you faced, and how did you solve them?
So the first basic challenge was to write the smart contracts because we didn't know how to write smart contracts one week earlier. So we had to figure it out in less than 1 week or just 2 to 3 days. Then we had to also integrate it with the front end. So that was the major task for us. Then calculation, we were thinking multiple ways to how to calculate the amount of time someone spends before
Yeah,
an
like
NFT.
how to give out weighted payments. First, we thought about like doing a rating system where people will go and rate each NFTs. So according to the rate, we'll weight the payment. But that didn't like seemed. Also, it didn't seem easy. Means yeah,
Not user friendly,
yeah.
not
Setting the time was more easy for us to do.
And it
Yeah,
seemed
it
more
was
relevant.
also intuitive for the users experience. Like
Another big challenge was
rating something is cumbersome.
integrating the Unity in the web browser. We faced a lot of challenges. We almost lost hope with that one because the Unity model was not. We were not be able to run the Unity in the web browser. We were always getting some kind of errors. We watched a lot of YouTube videos to debug that, and I would like to say we got a little lucky, and we were just trying out some random stuff, and finally we were able to integrate it. So we were really happy at that point.
Fantastic, great. And just again, last one. How much time did you take to hack this up?
Yeah, exactly 36 hours, sir.
Yeah,
That is when we
like
started and
at the
yeah.
evening of Saturday, na, like around 4 or 6 p.m., we were like discussing things and then we finalized on the topic. And on that night only, we started this.
And so
I was working on like Unity. I started working on Unity, and other three were working on front end and smart contracts.
All right,
So
thank
this
you guys.
36
Good
hours
stuff.
included also learning smart contract and learning how to integrate all that thing. So
and the
Good.
it
deadline
was
was
learning
10,
and deploying.
and the deadline was 10 a.m. and we submitted the last commit was 9:59 a.m.
Yeah.
So we
All right,
were
then
one.
I'll let the other judge Anak to take over.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So yeah, actually, like most of my questions were already covered. I did have a question. I don't know if I missed this or what, but I didn't understand exactly how you're onboarding the new NFTs. First question. Second question is right now you probably have a logic where you're siphoning money from one account to just another dummy account because obviously I don't assume any of you guys can own the Bored Ape NFTs. I highly doubt those. So is that already implemented or is that good? Because I assume that would be one challenge for you guys. So is that already implemented right now?
No, sir.
Yeah,
It
so we
was
are running on the test net.
like the
As you
So
can see.
contracts, the
all the
NFTs. Yeah,
all the
the,
NFTs that you have are basically just dummies to show a demo. Obviously, you don't have any sort of
yes.
Yes,
actual
yes,
a professional or a formal setup to onboard NFTs, right? So that
yes.
I feel is going to be a challenge in itself. So and another thing is, have you considered like right now as Nirvik mentioned that he himself is an NFT collector. Usually, I feel that the way people go about collecting is that they collect a theme of NFTs usually. So don't you feel that there would be a concern that if someone is a theme collector, they would want to have their own museum with only their NFTs, and they might probably hire a couple of developers and make their own museum? Why would they use your setup?
Yeah,
So,
so,
sir, one second, let me take it, Parikshit. Can I
yeah,
go?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure.
So currently, this is just one version of it, right? Obviously, we can't run our company just by showing one museum to everyone. We can create a system where there can be multiple showcases, multiple events, and even in our museum, if you see, there are 4 different sections, and in each section, there's a different theme. So it can be again a popularity based vote. So we can basically can let me come back to your first question. We don't actually own them, right? We can ask the owners we can ask them the permission and say that we are showcasing your NFT. Is that all right? And anyway, that is again a public information. We can just get the NFTs by seeing their wallet address, right? You can just
Yeah.
take an NFT, get the wallet address, and see all the NFTs that they own. And I don't think they have any. There would be any bad thing or any disadvantage to them, because they are anyway going to earn some money if they display it over here. And it might be a good thing for us as well to show good pieces of art in our museum.
But we still
Yeah.
we still will consider taking consent and taking the permission of the
You
actual
need
owner.
to
Yes,
actually you need to take consent.
Yeah.
yes.
In all essence, to think on legal aspects. But
I
yeah, I
mean,
think
not
I
just.
had my question answered.
I don't think not just concern. I think they would want to display the NFTs in our museum, right? Because they would be benefiting for it by just displaying the NFT.
Like, yeah, consent is the most important for us as well. So we don't do that. This is just for test purposes.
Exactly.
Also, in the business side, a business point of view, as Sir mentioned, we can also host private auctions,
Yeah, that
multiple
was
private auctions. So that way we can sustain the business.
yeah, that was also part of my advice that I would have given. But yeah, anyways, it's good that you already got that. So maybe you guys can work on this. Definitely a good viable business problem that you're trying to solve, given that NFTs is all the craze now. So nice work,
Yes.
nice presentation, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all the judges. Thank you.
Yeah, one more question from actually all the questions are covered as most of them have already discussed. I just want to ask you how you will be your software will be the scalability of the software. First question, okay, and the second is how as an user, suppose if I want to have this, how I will be knowing about you, what will be your business model where you can publicize which platform, because there are so many nowadays this type of platforms where NFTs can be we can get it, okay, people are doing that. So how it will be visible to the audience or a customer?
Yeah, about
Okay,
scalability. For now, we like only included like single player view something, because if like multiple people are on the website at the same time, then they do not like meet in the museum or the lobby. So there is like only one instant for one user, and sca- for when it comes to scalability, then we can like create different lobbies. Like for one lobby, there in the same museum there will be like 50 users, and in another lobby there will be another 50, something like that.
also in
And
advertising point of view, as sir, the judge sir mentioned, that we can prioritize on theming side of things, because people like to collect NFTs based on one theme, so we can run campaigns that for this month this theme is running. So I guess that way also, as NFTs already grow huge, uh, most of the marketing would be from the word of mouth, I guess, but we will still look for advertising opportunities.
yes, and as Nirbek sir rightly suggested, we should keep it free in the starting at least, and focus more on the quality and experience which we provide, and later try to monetize it. When yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I also totally agree with this idea, because once you people will get acquainted, people will know about you, then they will be able to, and then you can go for the pay, some fees or something.
Pay to
One
win.
more thing was I was just wondering, do you have a plan of in the later after some time that you will be having some bidding session on this? Is it so
Yeah,
or?
ma'am. Yeah, the auction. Yeah, we are planning to host private auctions, private biddings, so people can host their own NFTs inside our network with our experience uh, for yeah for bidding purposes.
Okay, this is apart from this. I will just, as all the students in the campus knows, and I'm very happy to interact the other three judges also. And as an entrepreneurship cell, I am running here in Triple IIT. So I'm also looking the students who has a good idea to fund them. This is we are running a DST scheme here, at Triple ITA campus, where we provide some sort of funding to the students. So, Nikunj and other students, I will also
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to have students' details after this, because before I forget, and others may leave the this uh, presentation. So please keep that in mind, that if I will like some best concept for this, I will like to fund them for their future to continue that project. Okay,
Okay,
so
ma'am.
yeah, that
Yeah.
and of course you have made that 3D which you have made in this. It was very good, and that I liked it very much. But what I was thinking, that if I click on one picture or something, is it that it will automatically show me the amount which I have to give,
No,
or
no,
Depends
ma'am.
on the
That
amount of time you viewed that picture.
okay, okay,
yeah.
yeah, okay. But it was for the time limit. You have done it good, good
Thank
work.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the
Yes,
opportunity.
That's from my
thank
side.
you.
Yeah.
Thank
Uh,
you.
Thank you,
And
Team
one more
Pied
thing,
Piper. Okay,
guys,
okay.
whenever you plan to go live with it, let's say if you want to take this forward, do let us know. The Daplist has got a ship module where basically you can launch your product to the community. We have already reached our audience of 2.1 million. So you can come to us, and yeah, definitely. And if you are thinking to raise funds further, do let me know. Do let us know,
Yes.
basically.
Sure, sir.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, sir.
Thank you. I
It was really
appreciate
nice
it.
to
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very
introduction.
much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Team Pied Piper. You may leave now.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
organizers, just one small note. So I personally think that the projects that these guys are doing, it's quite good. But I have one
I
concern that
cannot
they
hear
are.
your voice away. I think it's my connection problem. Can you repeat it, please? What you said?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
you're audible.
Yeah. So actually, I was just like pointing out that maybe you can let the teams know that they can maybe shorten their presentation and demo a little,
Yes, yes,
because
sir.
the judges all have questions and we don't want to feel restricted to ask our questions because of the time limit, right? So maybe you can
Yes,
keep
sir.
that in mind, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Take that note, okay? Nikunj and Anushka. Yeah.
Yes,
Next
ma'am.
one. Call the next one.
So now we would like to welcome our second team, the Gearheads, for their presentation and live demo. The team members are Supriya Patidar, Medha Tiwari, and Prajwal Bhatt. Team members of the team Gearheads.
Are you
You
here with us?
Yes, yes, we are here.
Yes, and please make sure the presentation is short and crisp and to the point.
Yeah, okay. Screen share. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
yes.
it is.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
it is
Judge.
visible.
We team Gearheads, representing a decentralized augmented reality projection platform named as DARP. So our team member consists of Medha Tiwari, Prajwal Bhatt, and Supriya Patidar. So let's get started. Uh, in recent time, digital content delivery services are rapidly increasing. Basically, particularly in music and video. So more and more citizens are using digital content or subscription-based online services rather than actually purchasing physical copies. Because the reason for this is that digital content supports mobility and easy access to content anytime, any place. However, these traditional online streaming and projection platforms have several disadvantages such as piracy and low privacy for consumers, and many copyright issues has been occurred. Because anytime like same we can consider example as YouTube, in which a owner uploaded its video content and another one person just copied its video and another one uploaded same, and the chain goes on. So the owner of the main video content uh, is not awarded by their own capitals. So this issue can be addressed with the help of emerging technologies like IPFS, Polygon, and Ethereum. So our project is basically multiple purpose project in which we are integrating blockchain with the augmented reality projection platform. As in the existing system, there is a uses of HTTPS and TCP protocol, which are basically slower than the decentralized IPFS system, which is used for IPS is used for storage the video, because in IPFS it is a basically peer-to-peer file planetary system in which the files are storage across the node, and whenever the users demand for the content, it appears the after then the result appears from the various node, which is faster than the HTTPS. Even as research said, it is around 60% more than the HTTPS request. So basically, this system that we are using on our internet are centralized. There are many copyright issues. There are censorship control over content, unfair revenue provided to content creator, because many of them are using same content with some modification and uploaded the same. Therefore, the main owner of the content creator will not get the revenue. Third is that illegally downloading videos, and the fourth is revenue model is entirely dependent on the targeted advertisement, because in centralized system all of the revenue generated is due to only the advertisement. But we have proposed a decentralized system where the users can create their content and upload their videos as a without controlling by the other centralized authorities. So our proposed system is basically a decentralized augmented reality video projecting platform. Decentralized is why, because we are using IPFS and Ethereum blockchain to store our whole of the videos, their likes, comments, and subscribers. All of the anonymity of the users are maintained by the blockchain, and after then that video are projected in the form of augmented reality at the same time in the screen without the using of projector and the VR headset we are using. So basically, our platform is a decentralized infrastructure which is far more resilient to attack and harder to shut down or censor. We can say that using the distributed technology for video storage and Ethereum to securely store information about the users. We have also integrated a crypto incentive system in our website where the content creators awarded with the DRP tokens. Technology stack we are using three-R toolkit, HTML, CSS, PHP, JavaScript, MetaMask, 3JS, 3x, and Data GUI. Network for the deployment we are using is Ethereum, and for the testing purpose we have used Ropsten Test Network. For the backend framework, we used MySQL, Web3.js, IPFS cluster, Ganache, Truffle, FMPeg, and Viper. Viper is used for writing the smart contract. As I have said that we are using IPFS. Why IPFS? Because HTTP is insufficient and expensive, and the centralization limits opportunity, because our entire internet and the web is addicted to the backbone. But how IPs actually work, that ensure that the non-duplicacy of the video. How it works? Basically, because in the IPSs, our files are distributed across the nodes, and whenever the user demands for the content, it will produce from the various node, which is much faster than the HTTPS. So
Rather explaining IPFS, we will move on to our next topic, main application. That is the augmented reality part.
So this is our platform, DARP, where user can sign in with their MetaMask ID and can interact with the video streaming platform. Here, the user can upload a video like this, and this application internally uses FMPeg for minifying that video file and storing it in IPFS. This application includes several properties, like we can like videos, we can comment on it, we can we can subscribe to the user, we can see trending videos like that. Coming to that, our second main means the main augmented reality part of our application. So here in our application, we are using, like you can see, there is a marker. One minute. Like here, what we are doing is we are using a marker. Means it is a kanji marker which we can place into a wall, and we can place a plane with a video playing on it inside over it. Like we can also adjust its scale, like if we want that video to be larger, like if we have pasted this marker into a wall and we want to experience a projection like video streaming in our house, we can use it. We can control its scale, we can control its positioning like that. And also, since it is AR based, so we can actually experience that rotation effect over it. Like if we rotate our plane, so the video which is displayed over it will also rotate. And if we move this marker, like if we, not this marker, if we move our device forward and backward in front of it, it will give the effect of zooming in and out of that video without use. And what we are doing here is that we are just with the help of an 3J's library, 3X library toolkit, we are projecting it. We are actually marking this pattern over the screen and we are projecting a 3D plane over it. So this is our platform which we are presenting, and now we are open for questions for our judges.
Yes, Anak sir, you have some questions.
Yeah, thanks. Nice work, guys. I hope you can hear me, right? So, first question that I had is, you mentioned that there was some, you're trying to deal with illegal downloads and with people repushing original content by making some changes. So I understood that that's a real problem statement that every single content creator faces. Definitely a good problem to solve. But when it comes to the solution, I didn't exactly see how you're dealing with it. The reason is because you mentioned that there's a particular cryptographic hash for every single file. Now, the reason why these guys on YouTube, they make changes and they repush the content is because the cryptographic hash changes when you make a change to the entire file or inside the file when you make changes. So that, which is why YouTube cannot take those videos down. So how are you guys actually dealing with it?
यूजिंग IPFS, एक्चुअली हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं कि IPFS इंश्योर करता है कि जो भी डुप्लीकेसी होगी उसको हटा देगा, क्योंकि जैसे ही हमारा स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट उस पे हमारी ब्लॉकचेन पे चल जाता है, उसके बाद वो शो कर देता है कि ये स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑलरेडी डिप्लॉयड है. सो एक पर्टिकुलर वीडियो के लिए एक पर्टिकुलर हैश होगा.
And that was my question, right? एक particular video के लिए you mentioned that there is a hash. Now, if I make a changes within the video, how is it that, I mean, my understanding, this is similar to my industry where we work with computer networking, that this hash that is generated is individual for every file, that it runs an algorithm and the hash is created, and then you check in your network if that hash is already present, right? So what I'm saying is that when they make any changes to a video, then the hash changes, doesn't it? So I had this one question. Maybe you guys can think on this, and if you're or maybe you can run some unit testing on this, whether it's actually working. And one more question, that when you're doing a similar problem of checking if there is similar content, have you not considered using AI to have a semantic similarity with the original content? Like, say for example, that there is a particular original creator who published some content on your platform, say, and there's someone who's trying to upload an altered video. Now, if you run an AI algorithm comparing both these videos and check the semantic similarity in the content that is there, then maybe based on a particular benchmark, you could determine whether it's a altered video or not, right? So have you guys considered that?
So actually, we can integrate it in our future plans. Like since we have a limited amount of time and we have to implement a lot of things, that's why we didn't implement it right now. But it is in our future plans. Like that, this project is not only limited to video streaming. We can even create a holographic effect with it. Like if we remove the background of the video and place that marker onto the wall, and then we can create a holographic effect onto our room, and we can also like there are so much plans associated with this project. Like we were also planning to make a video chat application with it, in which two users living in different places can.
Got it. Holographic projection. But I
Yes, sir.
personally feel, this is my personal opinion, is you guys are trying to solve too many problems at once. I'd suggest that you take one particular problem. Say for example, you have this duplicate content or altered content. You take that one problem, solve it properly, and then go, because holographic projection is one entirely different use case that you have. It has an entire different set of hardware also included in it. So you might fall into the pit of not being able to solve one thing perfectly when you're trying to master a lot of things. So that is my suggestion. Otherwise, yeah, guys, good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we were just planning on creating something special with AR, like a very simple trick with simple things.
So we don't need the all of the projection setup. We don't need VR for that.
Like, sir, we only need a particular marker over which that plane will be placed. Like, we don't need any specific hardware requirements for this project. We only need a screen and a camera. And with only that, we can project or create a holographic effect over our room.
So you mentioned this holographic projection, right? So by that, do you mean that we would require like a VR headset to actually visualize this, right? Because when you mention holographic, my actual, my ideology went towards creating something which looks actually real through the naked eye. But I think what you guys probably mean is using a VR headset and to visualize it to be projected out, right?
So we can like we can implement that VR headset part also, but since like there are special cameras which can store more than 3 pixel values, like some special cameras which can even store depth of the image. Like I like at present I'm not able to remember that name, but there are cameras which can even record the depth of the pixels with by using that. Like people are creating webinar session. So, and there are several platforms where pupils are hosting their webinars in the metaverse, like creating a virtual hall. But by using this, we can create it into the home of the user. Like that was our plan. That is included in our future plans.
Sure. Okay, got it. Thanks.
But I'll go next. So I want to double click on where Anag rested on how would you handle privacy, and that's a very important niche at the moment, right? And it's a problem since last several decades, and people are still trying to solve it. So my simple question is, you mentioned about IPFS. So have you guys tested if your algorithm, your system, your backend can at the moment detect a private or a duplicate video? Have you tested this?
No sir, not
Does
yet.
not.
जैसे कि सर हम लोगों ने AI का भी इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया है. बेसिकली हम लोग वीडियो को स्टोर कर रहे हैं IPFS पे, एंड उस वीडियो को हम लोग ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी में हम लोग उसको देखना चाहते हैं. मेन बेसिकली हमारा ये विदाउट द यूजिंग ऑफ प्रोजेक्टर और एनी ऑफ द VR headset. A simple setup that anyone can feel hold the video in like metaverse.
No, I get that. Yes, that's good. But so you know what? You guys should go and double check IPFS, because I'm not sure if that really solves the privacy issue. It's a decentralized storage solution. That's great, right? And I think it still does not solve at the moment as we speak, this privacy issue, or the piracy issue. Like, hey, I upload the same video, like, and I mentioned, I just crop the initial and the first and the last thing and upload it, re-upload it. The system should check if this system exists, then guys, you guys are sitting on a gold mine. Right? So, and if you guys can make it, I don't know, you guys can make it work. So that would be a gold mine. So everyone would be after you. My next question would be, suppose, I mean, your demo works so nice. Suppose if you have to launch this as your own startup, what would be your business model? How would you earn money? And simply, how would you make money? What would be your model? Or have you guys thought about a rough model or a rough sketch that will look like a business model to earn money out of this?
सर जो भी ये हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पर मतलब इनिशियली कंटेंट क्रिएट करने आएगा, लाइक कोई भी है, मैं एक यूज़र हूँ, मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे अपना वीडियो अपलोड करना चाहूँगी, तो आई हैव टू पे सम फीस इन क्रिप्टो करेंसी. Like, sir, we are integrate it
But
with
we don't pay anything to YouTube, and your platform looks like a YouTube. It's a blockchain based backend, but it's YouTube, right?
Yes, sir.
So never mind, no problem. But think about how could you bring this prototype to market. So you need to have a business plan, a rough business plan. How would you earn money, right? Because
Yes,
you're spending time on this. How would you earn money?
Answering that question, let's just say we actually didn't have planned like a revenue model right now.
Yeah. All right. I think this is good. So I'll pass the ball to Nirbhik.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Karan. So basically, first thing first is basically you need to stick to one thing, as Anak said, right? Don't do too many things. Do one thing and sell it properly. Okay. So if let's say you want to do a decentralized YouTube, do it. Okay, just go with it. If you want to do AR projection thing, go with it. Right. Don't just do too many things in one thing. Right. What it will do is basically you will get stuck at so many technical points, and your project will get hold off. So if you are able to do the decentralized YouTube first, do it. If let's say then you want to take it to the market and do augmented projection in future, you can do it. Okay, first thing. Second thing is basically what you have done is basically this is relating to the question which Karan asked, right? You can't really charge basically to the users, right? You can simply look at the YouTube's current model, which they have implemented to generate revenue, right? That is successful in itself. So you can definitely use that, replicate it, or maybe add more points to it, where basically let's say you can have these rather than these video ads which come up, right? You can charge for the placing of their ad somewhere in the platform, where basis the people who look at that ad, you get revenue out of it, right? And the third is basically which I think Anak asked, where basically the privacy issue. I think that is very important, and Karan also mentioned that. I think piracy issue is something that needs to be solved, and if you are able to do it, and I think I have read about IPFS briefly, and they have the CID model, which I think you guys are using.
Yes, sir.
Right? So content ID. But in that also there's a flaw basically. So if someone crops the parts and re-uploads it, the CID will be different. So you are not able to map it, right? So the issue is not solved yet, right? Yes. So how you can, if you're able to solve that, I think that would be definitely, as Karan and Anak said, it would be a gold mine for you guys.
Yes, sir. We will definitely try to do that.
So thank you for your input. Like referring to your first point, yeah, we are like focusing on two things right now, because we have a team. We had two people like who are focusing on blockchain and Prajwal, who was like focusing on AI. So we thought we could implement it like in a good way and in a better way, but like it didn't come out the way we wanted it to. But yeah, we will look into it
No,
once.
see, the idea seems good. What you're trying to do, you have already implemented it to some extent. What I'm saying is, take one thing to market. Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
If
we will
you,
definitely do that.
take one thing to market and then extend it, right? Build something first, and then on top of it, once you are successful and you see that you have a good number of user base, then expand, build something on top of it, maybe augmented reality or whatever you want to do, right? But build something, a base layer first, and then expand into different technologies.
yes, sir.
Yes,
One
surely we will
small,
do that.
So thank
yeah,
you for
one
it.
small thing I'd like to add on Nirbhik's point. Like he mentioned the methods of revenue generation. Another idea that I was more inclined towards is, since this actually is a problem for the content creators, you could actually charge a fee for them to upload their videos, providing them the guarantee that no one can download their video and no one can upload duplicate videos of their original content. So that might be a better way, instead of, because I think at this moment the ad market has become a little cluttered, like it's become saturated, where every single platform is just providing ads and maybe a subscription model to get rid of it. But since content creators are the guys who are facing the problem, maybe you could take this to market, and as a revenues on a revenue side, you could take this to the content creators and they'd be willing to shell out a good amount of money, probably.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think Anag has pointed it very rightly. And what you can do is basically charge these corporates who are doing their, teaser launch, trailer launch, charge them the money, right? And then get away with it. Right?
Yeah,
You'll have good amount of revenue.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. Very valuable inputs.
We can. So I think that we can all we can also implement those ads into that. Like we are placing a plane over that marker, so we can place ads side by side over that plane. When side by side over that plane, like not like in YouTube, what we see is that ads play before the video plays. But with this, we can also place ads over the side of the videos, like in IPL matches where ad agencies place banners of their brands. So we can also place a banner right side by side of that video plane, like that. Also, we can do.
I mean, you can do implementation could be anywhere, right? You can post it on the side panel, wherever you want. The idea is basically to first
Implement one thing at a time.
think
Yes.
about like better ways to do it, because today also, like, we get irritated when we see these ads coming up on YouTube, right? You have to buy the premium. So think of ways. There can be definitely different ways to do it.
Yes, sir, surely we will do it.
Yeah, there are so many already done time. Due to this, I will say here, Prajwal and our team, that as it is rightly pointed out, you focus one small area and then launch a prototype, okay, and then see the feedback, okay, and then do the another thing which you can, how, because ultimately our goal is to generate money, and here in your project you want to give that legal aspect what you are telling na, that there should be no you are be using this hashtag and everything for piracy and all. That is a very big issue, but still I will suggest go for one thing, as everybody has already told you. Go for one, make a prototype, launch it, take the feedback, and then you do the second phase, okay. Do phases wise, okay, and feedback will be very very important for you for this type of project, okay. That because always there are new things are already there coming on the net, okay. Immediately you get one thing is launched, second day you will get the another thing. So as instead of going to diverse area, focused on one and launch. That is my personal suggestion, okay. Otherwise it was good thing if you can solve, as Anag had already said, that if you can solve, it will be a big, very big thing, okay. Thank you from my side. Done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Team Gerrits, for your presentation.
So now we would like to welcome our third team, Lumi Lights, and the team members are Garvit Chauhan and Mrityunjay Vyas. Do we have you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Am I
Yes,
audible?
and please make sure the presentation is short and to the point.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Lumilight. So our problem is street lights improve road safety, personal security, and raise the standard of living. However, many times these lights remain non-functional due to late information about the exact location and unavailability of sufficient service support. Consequently, in the absence of proper lighting, some of these areas become unsafe for people at night, especially elders, women, and children. Also affecting drivers, riders, and pedestrians on rural roads where the road conditions are sometimes not of the desired standards. So Lumilight, our solution is an open source and efficient real-time street light feedback mechanism with open database including map location of defective lights. The main key features of our solution of our product is cost effective. It costs less than 200 rupees per street light. It is open source firmware and software. It consumes less power because it only activates when the state of light goes from non-functional to working or working to non-functional. Other in all the other cases, it stays idle. There is zero false reporting with sensor verification. Easiest reporting mechanism is like you just have to turn on your open hotspot and it will detect. And we are also using real-time public database of non-functional street lights. Let me come to the architecture. The main component of our architecture is Node API, which is responsible for initializing light states at the endpoints. And for maps, we are using the map route and a dedicated database. We are using Node MCU firmware, where the light, whenever the light changes its mechanism states from working state or to non-functional state, then it will report if the state change, and then whatever person who is nearby has to open his Wi-Fi, that is hotspot, and as the hotspot is connected, the location from we are using the geolocation API for the location, so the Wi-Fi which connects to the our firmware will send the location to our node API, which will be shown on the website. We are using Node MCU hardware, and we also plan for the future to use TensorFlow for the data insights. Uh, this is a prototype, and let me show you a demo video right now. This is Lumilight in its working light state. This is our dashboard. And here there comes a map that where we can see all the location of the defective lights. Now we switch on we break the internal connection for the defective mode to be activated. Now we have to wait as the light has changed its state. So it will indicate with a white light that you need to connect with an hotspot, open Wi-Fi. As the light off indicates that successfully reported, so we get the defective light with its location on our map website. Now we are just changing light to working mode again. So as it has changed the states again, it will indicate to require to connect with the hotspot, whatever nearby hotspot is available. And as it gets connected, the report will go to the website, and the defective location will now disappear. As you can see. The tech stack we used is for API and frontend we use Node.js and EJS. For firmware we use Arduino and C++. For hardware we use Node MCU, and for database we used MongoDB. For location and map we used Google Maps API. This was our hack. Thank you. We are Lumilight on a mission for perennial light source.
Yes, Anak sir, we could start with
Yeah.
you.
Hey, okay. So again, I think this project also seems very up my alley. Uh, First question that I have is, in India, the main problem of light system is that, I mean, we do have Wi-Fi lights, right? I mean, we do have those Wi-Fi bulbs that are present in the market already. The
Yeah,
problem that
like
we have
Alexa
is,
and
yeah, I
Alexa.
mean, not only Alexa, I mean I mean, we get those bulbs, right, which can directly connect to internet or through your phone. So the problem that exists is in the streets which you have mentioned that are non-functional. We most probably would not have any internet access there, right? So isn't your problem statement moot in such cases, because you're dependent on a stable Wi-Fi source to be there for you guys to continue some servicing, right? Don't you
No,
think?
we are dependent on people. Like if you are nearby a street light in your colony, a street light has gone from working to non-working state. Then you will have to report, and you will have to go physically. But in this scenario, you can do, you can just open your hotspot, and it will connect with our firmware. And then we are not using GPS, we are using your hotspot as a Google Maps location for the Google API, and that will show on our website.
All right, fine. So is there just one more add-on to it? So this is good. Like I didn't catch that point about the hotspot. But there is one concern about data privacy, because this is maybe a public domain device, and it is using your personal hotspot. So basically, all the data that you use would be can be. I'm sure that Karan would probably grill you more on the privacy
Yeah,
part.
that is
So
currently our some challenge
definitely
that
that
we are
is a
still facing to
that'll be a large
implement it.
issue. But
Yeah.
don't you guys think that, since say I'm a user who's completely trusted your company, so I see a street light which isn't working, so I switch on my hotspot and I give this particular light the it connects to my phone. So is there not any sort of advanced diagnostic system that you can set up? Wouldn't that be better, where you don't need a person to come and tweak some wires, where there is some possibility of it to actually self-diagnose and send a direct report?
For that, we planning some future insights. Like we are planning to use AI in it, but still we are not at that level right now, as we were short on time also. So.
Okay, fine.
All right, I'll go next. So Garvit, AI does not solve all the problem, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So look, one use case where this system fails is practically, only 20% of the locality lights have problem. Rest 80% light problem that you guys are trying to solve is on the highways, on the main roads. Let's suppose I'm a truck driver. I'm going from Bangalore to let's say Hyderabad, and I see like 10 different lights, but I'll not stop my truck, open Wi-Fi, and give you the input and give you this signal and get this repair thing going. Okay, so practical that will not work.
Correct.
So what Anand mentioned is, like, you need to have, the system has to have its own independent low internet connectivity. If it fails, if it does not work, your backend system should at least know by default, like, hey, you know what, I installed this on pole number 5, and this is the GPS location. I already know this because I installed this device at the time of installation. It's a physical device that has to be installed, right? You definitely know the location of that physical device. So your system should be intelligent enough to send out the signals, hey, there's a problem in this street light on this highway.
Yes, we
Right?
should not
So
require the nearby people, but
you should not.
as a
It will completely elevate the privacy issue that we were talking about. Simple way to do it.
self-reporting system should also be.
Self-reporting system, right? Because nobody will stop their car and report it and go back. I can do it for the pole that is in front of my house, because I care about it, but I don't care about the pole who is on the highway, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Number 2 thing that you should also focus attention on, I can see one more use case that you can broaden your scope little bit, is detecting when there is a power on during the daytime. You can save light, you can save electricity if your system, your machine can detect, hey, you know what, it's morning 9 a.m. but still morning 6 a.m. but still the street light is glowing.
Yes.
Right? you can proactively cut off the connection from the system itself.
Yes, sir.
Right, that could be a bigger use case to solve, because at least in Bhopal where I live, I see a lot of street lights glowing at 6 a.m. Maybe not at 9 a.m. Because when the people come to work and they shut off the light at 8 p.m. But still there is a from 5 p.m. 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. 7 a.m. the lights are still glowing. Okay, so
Yes.
you can your system can solve that problem. Okay, so
Yes.
think about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for
Right.
that.
And number third is, I'm not sure about because since you guys are doing the POC and prototype, figure out on the costing, because this is a massive scale deployment. Let's suppose if I'm a Karnataka government, and your customer base is government basically, because they are the smart city people, basically governments, right? So you need to figure out a price point where your solution should be cheaper to deploy and manage, because if it is involved with physical hardware, that you need people to install it, you need people to support it and maintain it and upgrade it, right? So think about that. I'm not sure if you guys have think about it, but yeah, if you wanted to go this deep
Yeah.
going forward, you need to figure out the costing as well,
Yes, sir.
because it's not software, it's a hardware, and hardware is basically cost, right? All right, all done. Good stuff.
I just want to ask this question, that what I feel that whenever, as already Karan has asked about the costing, what will be the cost of your kit? Okay, first thing, have you calculated that?
Yes, ma'am. We were going around some research. We still are going, but at the minimal cost, we were coming to around 200. As I have like also mentioned it in this cost effective, less than 200 per street light.
Okay.
That's the hardware we are going to install
Okay.
in the street
Second
light.
thing which I want to add, that when you talk about street light, it is not on public place or where you have to take. I am audible. Can
Yes,
you hear
yes,
me?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
It is a government organization which involves here, isn't it?
yes.
And it is not that easy to go to the government and say, or you cannot, you have to first take the permission. There are so many formalities first that. Okay. Plus, nobody will allow you to fix your kit in that area that what you are making. Okay. And of course, what I feel, that I doubt that this can be a good project as far as public domain is concerned, because nobody will, as far as I know, we are already working so many projects with the governments. So it is not an easy task. There are so many formalities, and especially the street light. है ना, स्ट्रीट लाइट अगर बंद है तो बंद है, वो तो जब सरकार चाहेगी तब, मतलब ऑफ कोर्स यू टोल्ड, यू आर टेलिंग दैट ओके, एंड दैट गेव द एग्जांपल ऑफ दैट हाईटेक आईटी सिटी, स्मार्ट सिटी जहां बन रहा है वहां इट इज फिजिबल, but how far it will be. And again I am telling you, for 200, what will be the things you will be giving to them? First thing they will ask you, okay, who will be your customers? Of course government, isn't it?
Yes,
Your customers will be government, so how
we
you will
cannot
give it?
directly install it just on lights.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So have you thought this?
Yes, ma'am. But the process, like with communicating with government, as you said, is really tough for us also. Like we don't know all of that formalities also. So it's still
Yeah,
a challenge.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that is a very very big issue, where this local, if yeah, you can do one thing, that you can do this for the colonies which are coming now. Okay, the new colonies, private person, you can talk to them, the builders. Okay, that you can make them an app, and that will be connected, that okay, that that nowadays in colonies they do it. Okay,
Yes.
so that can be your customer. You can think in that direction, contact that people. Okay, that when they are making this society and all, so that time they can apply your kit. Okay, but again cost effective will be the main. If I am costing, मैंने suppose अंदाज लगाया कि मेरा cost, suppose एक रफ लेती हूँ मैं, 2000 रुपीज एक वोल सब लगेगा, उसमें मैं 200 तुमको क्यों दूं? और ऑर्डिनो बोर्ड अगर हम यूज करते हैं, ठीक है ना, तो उसका भी एक ये है कि थोड़ी स्पीड का मामला Arduino doesn't have that capacity. Okay, so that will you have to rethink in this technicality, and plus how you will implement this. These are the two aspects which I am quite worried. Concept, okay, for very good, but it is not a feasible to do at our level. But again, एक लग सकता है कि you can contact the builders. Okay, that's
Yes.
from my side.
Thank you.
Yes, Nirbhik.
Can I go next? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Personally, I'm not an expert in this. I think these experts have already spoken. But just like wanted to add few things into it. One, the idea is good. Um, Definitely not good for, as Karan mentioned, not for highways, right?
Yes,
But
sir.
it's good for societies, right? We see a lot of cases that happen because there are no lights, no one can see, right? So
Yes.
if we can put some thoughts over there, how you can work with societies really, right? If let's say obviously the government permission will be required, but if the society wants it, if the people want it, right,
Yes, sir.
they will be able to implement it, and you can try it with private properties first. So go and check with private properties. There are big builders in the space. You can work with them, install it privately, and then once you have a successful model out there, right, and the government sees that there is an opportunity, they can implement it all over the India, right? Then I
Yes.
think you definitely have you don't have to really sell, right? You have already sold it.
We
So
have to make a reach so that we can recognize ourselves
exactly,
in front of
exactly. So you need to work with these builders, work with societies, install these in the societies, outside the societies, and then really basically then go to government, right? First
Yes.
create a market around it.
Yes.
Okay. Second is definitely the costing would be pretty high for this one. I'm pretty sure, and I think the government won't be able to bear it. So first, you need to focus on these private properties because they are paying heavily. They're
Yes.
charging heavily for their society services, right?
Yes.
So you can
Security and all that.
definitely,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So you can basically charge them first, charge them heavy, and then go to government, right? The idea seems good, although I'm not an expert again, so I won't comment on the technical parts, but it's a good idea, and definitely and you should look at examples like how Singapore manages it, or other countries who have got a good infrastructure, how they are managing it, right? If
Yes,
you're
sir.
able to break it down and understand how they are able to do it, and how you can basically save your cost while probably looking into their model, you can definitely try that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, before you go, just last word of advice. Take it or not take it. It's up to you. But you know
Yes,
what?
sir.
You can. I think you can. You guys can. So you have a good. The use case is good. The still 2022 and India is still facing those problems. I get that. The use case is still real good. And I see a scale because from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, every state, every locality
Exactly.
could have this issue. Okay, so the problem exists, right? And the problem would not be solved very soon because this is all controlled by government. As we know, government of every state, they are lethargic, they are slow compared to startups. So I can see that you guys could solve a problem, but I also believe that it would be beneficial for you if you convert this idea from a hardware centric to a software centric. You need to be a software company, not a hardware company. And you can very well solve this everything from software point of view. How
Yes, sir.
is imagine don't make an app because nobody will download an app. Getting an app download is a big problem at the
So
moment.
for that, like we have kept website like.
No. Think about WhatsApp bot, right? So every
Yeah.
locality, every city. I mean, you know what? You can go like ma'am described that you can go and work with the localities. Like, hey, here's your reported WhatsApp number. Anyone is having problem, you maybe go in and stick some QR codes, or maybe a print a number on the pole, like, hey, pole number 512, or like a QR code. Any resident who is living in the society can simply go and take a picture of that pole or the QR code, send it to your WhatsApp bot. Your bot will detect that, okay, this is the pole number. You can run some image recognition there,
Yes.
like this is the pole number, and the problem, right? You can go and send someone to fix it.
So
Or you can
instead of
also,
using hardware, we can just decrease the
right,
cost of.
you can substantially decrease the cost of it, and then you can go to the local municipality and like, hey guys, we have built a full-blown solution for you, all software based. We'll give just go and get the sticker sticked on all your poles, and your workers or the pedestrian or the shop owners can scan it and just get this to a WhatsApp bot, which will tell you, okay, here's the problem. So kind of a locality management system powered by a WhatsApp bot. Your price will go substantially down.
Yes.
It might not solve the use case for highways still, because nobody will scan a use case on highway. But
Yeah.
that's fine, right? You can solve a small area. You don't need to bother about. So the costing problem could be elevated if you become a software company. But you are onto a good track, and think about it. It could be a serious money machine making machine if you guys can reach to the right authorities.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much, sir,
All the
for
best.
this advice.
Yeah, one thing I think I have not interpreted Karan. Na, you have completed, na?
No,
So
please continue, ma'am. I'm done.
yeah,
Thank you.
actually, Garvit, you are triple IIT student?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, so I can give you tell you that already we have done this type of project in our campus. But yeah, I can offer you that you can make this project, a hardware project, and you can install if you are studying where.
Ma'am, I am doing a BSc degree from IIT Madras and simultaneously doing from College of My City also.
Okay,
BTech. BTech.
okay. So you can plan this type of device in your campus itself.
Mhm.
Okay, so try to install in some IIT campus is very good. Chennai campus,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have visited there, so you can try to implement there itself. Okay, and you make some small module, some small this sorry, a small area. Identify admin area or residential area from IIT Madras, and then you can install there. Take permission from administration. Okay, because you are a student, they can allow you. Okay,
Yes.
and for see uh, any business idea or anything has a cost. Okay, so that I can support you for that, for funding. Okay, that we can provide you. You can definitely contact us and submit the proposal. We'll provide you, but you have to check out the area where you can install this. That in your
Yes, ma'am.
campus also it happens many times that in certain area the light is not there, and some area it is there. And as Karan and some one judge also has said, Nirmik already said that there are certain street lights that are on up to 9. It happens in the campus also, so you can control that. Okay, so
Yes,
two
ma'am.
phase you can just plan it and think in this direction,
Hmm.
then it can be done. Okay, and may
Yes.
still cost effective, है
Yes,
ना?
ma'am.
सबसे ज्यादा बड़ी बात है कॉस्ट, क्योंकि
Yes,
एक
ma'am.
बल्ब की कॉस्ट क्या आएगी ये सब तुमको कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हम जो बिजनेस मॉडल बना रहे हैं वो पब्लिक के लिए है. ठीक है, पब्लिक एंड देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स नाउअडेज, सेंसर लाइट्स, आईओटी बेस्ड लाइट्स, कि आप वॉक करो चालू हो जाती है, बंद हो जाती है, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, so think in that direction. Okay, if you can solve it or install, able to successfully install it in your campus, I think that will be great.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I stop presenting?
Yes,
Okay.
Team Lumilight, you can leave
Thank
now.
you. Thank you, judges.
Thank you for the presentation, Team Lumilights. Now, next, we have the team aviators for the presentation and live demo. The team members are Surya Kumar Sahani, Sandeep Chand, Mayank Jha, and Stuti Jain. Team aviators, are you here?
Yes, we are here.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, judges.
Before we proceed, Karan sir, I would like to ask you if you have the access to the evaluation sheet.
I do have, yes.
Okay, sir.
Yep.
Surya?
Yes, now I'm presenting my screen. Is it visible, Mayank?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Good evening, judges. We are Team Aviators, and we are here with our project IntelliCode, short for Intelligent Code. Uh, in these circumstances, PWD students are the ones that are suffering the most. In whether it be in academic curriculum or in the organization they get hired in, there needs to be some sort of assistance, like while they are coding also. So we try to implement it using NLP via converting speech into code. Currently, the editor that we have provided here supports two languages, Python and JavaScript. The JavaScript one we couldn't implement in the stipulated amount of 36 hours. So we currently implemented Python one, and the editor is completely working fine. So basically what it does is, if you are a student with visual difficulties or locomotive difficulties, you need to say the algorithm that you want to write, and along with that, the code will be generated in the editor, and you can test it basically. So this is our primary feature. Along with that, there is a feature called code conversion. In code conversion, a Python code would get converted into JavaScript one. And further on, the code collaboration feature is also there. Currently, as I mentioned earlier as well, our editor supports Python and JavaScript. The JavaScript one needs work, but we need plan to implement further more languages in it so that it reaches a wider consumer base in colleges, whether be it in colleges or working professionals that are suffering from some serious health issues like visual impairedness or locomotor disease. So this was the crux of our project. Now Surya Kumar Sani will be demonstrating the editor part.
Okay. So now I'm going to walk you through our core feature of the project IntelliCode. So first of all, I'm going to give it instructions or algorithm verbally through speech, which it will use to write the code for me. And for that, I have to just click on the new algo button to provide it a new algorithm to work on. For example, make a string s equals to hello judges, then print the string 5 times using a for loop in Python language. Then I have to click on convert to code, and it will convert this algorithm into code, and we can validate the output by running it in our on terminal as well. As you can see, it printed hello judges 5 times. It can also deal with more complex and mathematical algorithms. For example, let me give you another example. Make an array A from number 20 to 30, then add all the elements of the array and print the result on the screen in Python language. Again, I have to click on convert to code, and here I printed, it gave the output as a code, and we can again validate the output by running in our terminal. Here you can see it printed 275, which is right as well. Also, it can deal with big algorithms like LRU cache algorithm or BFS or DFS like algorithms with ease. It can write those popular algorithms with very less description provided to it. For example, let me show you an example of DFS algorithm. Write a DFS algorithm in Python language. Again, I have to click on convert to code, and here it wrote whole DFS algorithm for us. So this was our first feature of the IntelliCode. Now let's jump over our another feature that allows for quick translation from code from one programming language to any other programming language, thus saving a huge amount of duplication of efforts and cost to companies as well. It is very much like Google Translator only, but for programming languages. Here you can convert code from one programming language to any other programming language. For the demo purpose, I'm going to give you a example using this code snippet where I'm converting code from Python to JavaScript. I have just mentioned the name of the programming language of the current programming language and the name of the programming language in which I want this code to get converted in. So I want this Python to JavaScript, hence I mentioned it. And after that, I just have to click on convert code button to get my desired output. Now here you can see it printed the equivalent code of that given Python code into JavaScript. So these are our revolutionary features which we have built with our online code editor platform. Now we are open for the questioning.
All right, I'll go first because this is very interesting. So guys, I mean, I'm blown away. Nice work.
Thank you, sir.
This is real stuff, good stuff. So, but you know what? I think you are stepping down into another hot industry at the moment is
Yes, yes.
low code industry, right? That this is a very good use case for low code industry.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that you need to broaden your scope, which means you need to broaden your vision instead of focusing on a very sub. I mean, I see where you're coming from. I mean, you have a noble use case, but this could be
Open for everybody to.
Everybody.
it has to be open for everybody. That would give the real value of what you guys are building here.
So it is in
Yeah.
our business model as well. We will
Right.
open it
Okay.
for everyone.
So think about text to code. Speech to code is definitely a good feature, but it's not very practical. However, text to code is a practical use case. Like, hey, somebody will write in a text form and submit it on a Google Doc. Maybe it's a plugin on Google Doc or Word Doc or whatever, or
Yes.
Markdown to this, right?
It can
So,
do that too. It
right,
can
I can
convert
see that.
text.
Yeah, eventually, because you're converting, first of all, taking speech and converting to text, and then text is going into a processor and you are converting into code. So I know that's so happening, right? So text to code is a good use case. Second, also thing that I really appreciate if you guys try, good for you, is diagram to code, right? So
Diagram.
one can build a diagram like, hey, I want to have this kind of workflow and convert that workflow into code, because I have not seen if this already exists, but at least I have not seen diagram to code kind of a feature.
Like you wanted to say, like if anyone provide a Figma design to us and that we can convert that design into code.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And the third, and one of the, I mean, the feature that you guys demonstrated is code conversion. It's a very solid feature. Okay, so work on that. If you guys can make it very agnostic, which means it can literally go and convert. Just take out 5 top languages. You don't need to cover all 100 languages available on the internet, on the world, right? Go take top 5 languages, make a machine, make an engine which can convert code A to code B, or language runtime A to language runtime B. If you guys can able to do it, you kind of break break the programming era.
So, right now as well, it not only just support Python to JavaScript, it can convert any programming language to any other programming language. I just demonstrated Python to JavaScript for the demo purpose, but if I want, like if I want this Python to get converted into C++,
because if this works, enterprise companies would be your biggest customer, because they have a lot of legacy Java code, COBOL code running in the data center, and they can pay you in triple digit millions for this. If this works, okay,
So-
you need to definitely go and figure out the business model around it if you have not done already. But there is still a lot of Java code running. People need automation that can convert that to a Golang or a Rust code or whatever they wanted to.
So
Okay,
basically,
so-
if companies need to migrate, they can contact us, right?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Sir,
So go ahead.
also it reduces the cost to the companies as well. Like they hire different developers with different expertise in different languages. But what we
Yeah.
are doing, a
But
single
yeah,
developer.
don't get too excited. It's not gonna work like you guys are thinking. However, there is a lot of complexity under the covers. But overall, if this works, you guys could earn a lot of good stuff. So yeah, I'm done. Anag, your turn.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thanks a lot. And yeah, I'd like to reiterate the importance for corporates for this conversion of code. I can't tell the countless times I had to convert some logic from one language to another in my company, and that is really unnecessary and a waste of human effort, I feel. First thing is that there's some indentation issue which is clear. You guys need to fix that because Python is indentation specific.
Yes.
And second thing is, I'm very concerned as to how you guys are converting it, because I personally feel there is, because if you are able to convert to any language, there might be some API that you're using, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
So
Currently,
that
API.
would be, so then actually companies would be interested in how that API was created rather than you guys using it.
Yeah.
You guys, because there is a lot of company confidential issues that will rise up, CCI issues, if anyone converts code using an API. So
Sure.
that's probably why they pay people like us money to convert it, being in the company.
Yeah.
But that was one of the concern that I had. The second thing was that in general, I think like Karan already picked that point correctly, that you shouldn't be limiting ourselves to a small section,
Hmm.
because first of all, I mean, I'd say in a good positive note, we don't have a very large population of disabled people. And on that, if we take the subsection of people who are willing to code and who want to code, that would become a very small market itself for you.
That's
Right.
right.
So if you want to make a profitable business out of it, it would be almost impossible to cater to that small, very small niche market.
Hmm.
Although that is a good feature, but you need to focus on this code conversion, and maybe you guys need to have some authenticity of your
Of
own
our own, right?
added, so it makes it kind of something in the sense of a patentable part of your company, right? So at the moment you're probably using that some APIs which would be freely available, so it is easy. And as another thing to add on what Karan mentioned was that to convert from diagrams to code, I personally would pay a lot of money to you guys if you will convert code to diagrams also, because I waste a lot of time on the evenings to convert code into event flow diagrams, and that is a true problem for every engineer. So that's one more thing you can consider on a serious note.
Yes, sir. That
Uh,
feature will completely revolutionize the whole industry as well.
yes,
That was very
yeah,
insightful, actually.
And we are definitely going to work upon that as well.
yeah,
It's
sure.
Yeah.
I
very
mean, I
good.
don't know. I probably want to know what Ranjana ma'am would feel on this idea of having her students use this one directly to submit assignments. But otherwise, it's a very good feature. Congrats, guys. Thank you.
Yes, it's very, yeah,
That
I
can
want to
happen, sir.
add here that, of course, the concept they have taken it, it's a good thing, but there is a long way, because IBM has already previously, you guys might be knowing all that, there were diagrams which were converted into code C++, Java. Okay. And there are certain softwares which are already coming in the market, that UML and that, of course, there are certain issues. But if these students, they are at very early stage, they have tried this, I'm happy to see. But still, uh, when it comes to code, okay, I still feel that there is a long way to go, because particular thing which logic, it comes to the logic, different people have different logic to
Yes, ma'am.
write a code. Okay. And that is what is very very important to understand, that of course you have used Python. But I was wondering that you started your presentation with some idea of this, na, that people can, those who are
Differentially able.
Differentially
disability,
able. Yeah.
if you have that thing in mind, then you can contact to some, because see, ultimately who will be your user, why we are making a software to get to the end user. So you can if you have that thing in your mind, that you are making this NLP sort of thing, because we are daily using this type of software in our institutes, and students are taking it. But when you are taking in this event, so you should contact to that schools are available, and you can try there, as an, again I will tell, as a business part, that you can try there, take their feedback, that exactly what they want. And when you are and again, for technicality, I will tell, when you are fetching an API na, so that will create, technically they will create a problem in later stage. In initial small program it will do, but
Yeah.
later on I don't think that it will work. That is my, maybe you can prove me wrong, but this was my observation. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
also, we
think
wanted
a
to.
little bit on that direction. Thank you from my side. Yeah, but the thing is that here there is one problem that when you type when you are speaking, you will get the text. But when it is convert, how a person will know that okay, run you will write, you will get the output box, isn't it?
So, ma'am, for
So,
that, we have a friend in IT department. He is visually impaired. So, what he does is he uses some sort of extension which proofreads him the text that is
A
written.
screen reader, actually.
So,
He
he
uses
no,
uses
that
screen reader
screen
for
reader.
that.
okay, so
So,
you can, that's why I'm telling you, you can apply this in some school, this disability school or some more people, okay?
yeah,
So
that's
you
right.
can just test that thing. And if it is, as one of our judges already said, that if it works, then it will be a good thing, great thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So try to first test it, okay?
Sure.
Sure, ma'am.
एक प्रोटोटाइप
Sure.
बना लीजिए उसको आप यू ट्राई टू यूज इट इन सम टेक द परमिशन because every year there are this sorry everywhere you will uh, in a small school you can first try that, then later continue at a big level.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yes,
As
ma'am.
continuously the judges are giving the suggestions that were implemented at a small scale, then go for the big one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank
insights.
you so much, ma'am.
Yes, Nirvik sir.
Yeah. So, okay. First of all, I personally like this idea. Okay. Although I'm not sure about how I mean, like as Anak said, right, the market is very small for the disabled students, right? And over there also there will be a lot of edge cases that you will have to deal with.
Yes.
Um, the point where you do code convert, I think that is something a genuine problem for a lot of startups and also legacy startups or legacy companies, right? Because this problem we have first personally faced in our product because we first had Nuxt and then we are moving to React. So you have to write down the code right from the scratch, right? So
Yes,
those problems are definitely there, and any company, any corporate which is looking for a solution, although our code base is pretty smaller one, but there are companies which have huge code bases, right? And for them to switch to another technology, another code writing style, right, then they have to basically invest a lot of time and money in it. So if you are able to reduce the time and charge more money, that then I think it's definitely a good business model to go with it. And I think Karan mentioned it pretty right that this idea could definitely be something that would be required by a lot of these legacy startups or legacy companies or startups as well, right? So that's a good idea to go about it, and that has a huge market for
Thank you,
sure.
sir. Thank you,
yes.
sir.
So we are just collecting all the feedbacks from all of you, and we are definitely going to improve our business model to finally convert it into a successful product.
All the best.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Any more questions, judges?
I think we are done with the questions. So, team aviators, I think you can leave now. Thank you
Thank
for
you
Thank you.
so much.
presenting.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
judges.
you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have a team Resolute, and the team members are Prakhar Pratyush and Alok Kumar.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Try to keep the presentation short.
Sure. So, good evening, judges. We are Team Resolute. I am Prakhar Pratyus, and with me is Alok Kumar. So, our product is D Lotto, which is actually decentralized lottery platform. So let me introduce is what it is actually. It is actually a decentralized, trustless, and automated web app to play lottery games, and it is actually deployed on Polygon. So I would like to add an important point. Like we all of you might have seen many lottery DApps in tutorials videos on YouTube's and many Medium articles and all. But here I have made some important changes which I will discuss. And one important point is also like adding like playing lottery is not actually illegal. Like 13 states in India, it is actually legal, and in foreign countries it's also legal. So let's see how blockchain can help to improve this all. So first of all, what is the benefits over traditional lottery platforms? So the first one I would like to add is it is trustless. So like suppose we have a centralized lottery platform, what will happen there? We the users will come buy tickets, and then we are trusting on the central authority like who they are picking as the winner. It is not transparent. So what will happen here? You don't need to trust the company for fairness in selecting a winner. So here it will provide us the trustless system. Then the next thing is reliable. We all must have heard the cases like some lotteries, organizing bodies sell their ticket and just ran away. There is no news where they are. So, but when smart contract is handling all this, it is sure that the prices and the means by which they are delivered to the winners will be guaranteed. Like there will be no scams and all. And again, the third point is transparent. So again, like the immutable nature of blockchain ledger means that all the data, like whatever who bought the tickets, who picked the winner, who won, all will be safely and securely stored on the blockchain, and all the data is available to the public. It's not like only the admins can see the data. So everything is transparent, and it is infallible because it is not handled by human beings. It's all by machine. So it's infallible. It now talking about some of the tech stacks I have used, like for smart contracts I have used Solidity. We have used Solidity, and for random number generation it is Chainlink's Oracle verifiable random number generator. And Alchemy's node we have used, like we have to fetch the data from the blockchains. We have used the Alchemy's node. MetaMask for performing transaction, React, Material UI, these are the for the front end, and it's finally deployed on Polygon's mobile testnet. I am audible, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Moving forward, like now let's see how it works actually. So I will show you a quick demo. So suppose this is our site. Okay, this is our site. Now the user will come. He just have to click on this button. So like I have previously connected, so it got connected. Otherwise, he will ask for the permission to connect. So like I have connected. Now what user have to do? Like connect the wallet. Now buy the ticket. So user can come here. Just click here. So quickly. So like it's okay. Now the transaction is happening. The user have bought the first ticket. Cool. Now this will update within a second. Let me show you via YouTube videos. Like it will be faster for us. It will otherwise it will take transaction will take time. So cool. Okay, transaction has happened. Okay, so like the first player has joined. He has stake 0.01 ETH or Matic for this case. Now suppose another user comes. Cool. So he will come here. Let's use another account. Like we have used account 2. Now I will use account 1 for connecting. Okay. So it's connected. Now okay. So in the similar way, the second user can buy the ticket, and this process will like when the now what happens when the second user bought the ticket. Now this timer will start. What we see in the normal YouTube videos, they first the thing is not automatic, and the second thing is they give the permission of picking winners and all to the admins, like who deployed the contract. So that thing will not happen here. So like two users have bought the ticket. Now this will update and a timer will start. And until the timer reaches 0, new user can keep joining the game. Cool. So okay, two players have joined. This is the amount that has been staked, and the timer will start. So let's not wait for 2 minutes. I will quickly show you here. Okay, so I have done this thing, like 2 players have joined, this is the stake amount and this is the time left. Cool. So here you can see that there after 2 users have joined, we will get a pick winner button. So now this pick winner button can be pressed by any user. Like it is not like the only the admins can use this pick winner button. Anybody can pick this, click on this button, and the winner will be decided randomly, and the amount will be transferred to the winner. So and then the next batch of user can start. So cool. So this was the user visits the sites, connect his or her MetaMask wallet, buys the ticket. At least 2 users have bought the ticket. The game starts. New user can still join the game before the timer reaches 0. Now suppose 3 users have joined the game. So 3 players have joined. This is the staked money. Timer finished. A pick winner button will appear. Now any user, we are doing the decentralization. Like not only the admin, any user can click on the button, and the smart contract will select a random winner, and those ETH will be transferred to the winner. Now game will reset and new batch of users can join the game. So if talking about the challenges I have faced, so the first challenges was like in the when I was working with this, like MetaMask was not performing transaction on Mumbai testnet in this morning, early morning, like 6 a.m. So I have to contact with some peoples, and finally I have to use the Alchemist node. I have to change the RPC URL. Like it took 1 to 2 hours to debug that what was the issue. And the next thing part like random number generation and how to implement timers. Like these concepts are not inbuilt in Solidity, and understanding and using events. The best approach was actually using graph, but as there was a time limit, I have to implement it using the normal ether using the EtherJS. So this was all about. Now I am open for the questions.
Okay, so first of all, I mean, like implementation is good. Okay. What I mean, I don't think like, I mean, like lottery, building a lottery system is a good idea, although, but you built it on blockchain, you use Polygon, you've learned Solidity, so for that, I'll give it to you. Although I personally don't think lottery should be a good idea to build on. What you can rather do is basically use this concept of lottery, how your backend is functioning. Use that into giving, let's say, auction slot. This could be for anything. This could be, let's say, for an NFT auction, for that matter, right? Yeah. Let's say everybody has placed their bets or something, and then randomly one person gets picked, and this person buys the NFT.
So actually, my view was like lottery is actually happening. Okay, and like I am not supporting the lottery is good or bad. Okay, I am only presenting a view like many people are involved in this lottery systems. Okay, so we are making that system like safer. We can say transparent. These things for those people, we can say.
No, definitely. That's why I said technically you've done right. Technically, you've done right. The idea is good. What you have implemented. I'm just saying that you can build a lot of things on top of this lottery system.
Yeah.
Rather than just putting in money and waiting for someone to win.
Actually, I was learning, and this was the all you might have known. Like this is the most common tutorials over all on YouTube.
Yes. I know.
So I thought like they are talking about decentralization, but actually it is not decentralized. They are giving access to admin. What if he doesn't pick the winner? What will happen? So I thought. This
no, definitely there are these ideas already available, and a lot of people are using these ideas to learn, right? So what you can, I mean, like I like the implementation part of it. What you can definitely do is build products on top of it using this lottery system.
Sure.
Right? It could be NFT auction, it can be land auction, metaverse land auction, right? So you can definitely do those things. Where the lottery is not just related to money, it is related to an asset that the person is investing in.
Sure.
Right? So that will provide more value rather than just, the money game.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The idea is implementation is good. I'll give it to you because you have learned Solidity, implemented this. So that's good.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll also have to side with Nirbhik on the validity of the base problem. So there isn't a very large. I mean, I'd say maybe on a moral aspect, we cannot side with having a money-based or lottery system. Although the technological aspects we have done quite well. As Nirbhik mentioned, I still would. In fact, there was another team that we looked at, right, who had some NFT museum or something. So maybe you could work with them or have another alternate approach to the base of lottery. You can try to better it by using your blockchain and using these smart contracts and all this technology that you have used. But in essence, yeah, I think the technical aspects were quite good. But okay, if we assume that this is your problem statement, I didn't quite understand how are you guys going to earn any money, because I saw that there were three participants, each of them put in 0.01 ETH, and then the winner would get 0.03. So did
Yeah.
you guys consider
So
that, or
yeah. Like this is the basic. Like we thought, like we can make it a DAO. Like we can have some NFTs. Okay, we can include. So like we can have some pre-sale. Like those guys who will buy these NFTs will have can play some special games. There'll be some special games for them. So like this concepts can be used.
yeah, I mean, in general, we have lottery systems being used in multiple, including in visas also. So the lottery system in general, that's true that there is a problem that still persists, that it's not very transparent.
One use case on top of your platform. Think about this. Like, you have a platform. Imagine a platform diagram where you have a base platform and you have lottery as one of the use case. Like Nirbhik mentioned, it could be an auction, right? So that could be another use case. So without tampering a lot with your base product, if you guys can find a way to enable more use cases, lottery being one of the use case. I hope you guys getting our point,
Yes. Yes.
right? So that base platform holds more value, right? So lottery is a smaller aspect, but think about from the platform story. If you manage to code and build this base platform with some little changes to your existing base, and you can enable new use cases, then you guys can literally use this engine as the base and sell it to others. Like, hey, you want an web3 auction mechanism, we have it, go and license them, right? So they will be the front end, they would be consumer of your technology, while you guys would be doing the hard work under the covers. So that way it could be more sellable, right? But yeah, good stuff. All the best.
Thank you.
I don't have any question. Okay, Nikunji can take next one.
Okay. Thank you.
Nikun, just 1 second. So for the team, basically, you can look into examples like PartyBid. Okay, it's an NFT auction platform. Okay,
Yes.
and what they do is basically a lot of people put bids on an NFT auction, and then once it reaches the threshold, the NFT is bought togetherly. Like everybody owns that one single NFT. It's a gamified model kind of thing. So you should look into it. Don't feel bad. Like I definitely came up with this idea of like this idea doesn't look right, but don't feel bad. Like this lottery thing that you have built, you can build a lot of things on top of it. So take it from that angle. Okay.
Sure.
Because if you're able to build a product on top of it, you'll be able to sell it very easily.
Sure. Actually, I was learning the blockchain stuff, and I thought of it. Actually, I didn't see from the product angle.
Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. You're doing good. You're doing good. Just keep building. Build a product on top of it.
Sure.
Right? And you're doing good. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Thank you, Team Aviators, for your presentation. You guys may leave now.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Team Control plus Alt plus Elite for their presentation and live demo. The team members are Aditya Prakash, Timsal Zehra, Deepak Kumar, and Aryan Singh. Team Control Alt Elite, are you here?
Yes, we are presenting.
Okay.
Try to keep the presentation short.
Yeah, sure. Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. We are Team Control Alt Elite presenting to you Compy Center, one stop solution for all programmers. Our presentation roadmap covers problem statement, our approach, tech stack, business model, future implementation, and finally the team behind the project. Problem statement. As we all know, competitive coding is a mind sport among programmers and is a major part of today's computer world. Coding platforms like CodeChef, CodeForces have become the medium for all companies to carry out their recruitment process. Besides, students have great interest to practice competitive codings, but many are not well aware of events or they miss the deadlines, or it is very difficult to keep the track of coding platforms even simultaneously. Therefore, to counter this problem, we bring to you CompuCenter. The solution it provides are CodeForces detailed profile review, CodeChef detailed profile review, company-wise questions archive, practice programs from CodeChef or CodeForces, future contest lists from different platforms like HackerEarth, LeetCode, etc. Compiler to run codes in C, C++, Java, and Python, and Chrome is extension for upcoming events. When coming to our tech stack, we have used React.js, Bootstrap, Node.js with CodeChef and CodeForces APIs. Next is the business model. Market evaluation is another important aspect of any product. So the domains we will be focusing for our business model are contest hosting. All types of contest can be hosted on our platform, and we will be charging for such events from contest hosting teams. All big companies and startups can host their coding challenges and interview rounds, which will again be chargeable for our platform. Then we have subscriptions for courses or mock preparations, coding tests, and aptitude practices, and many more. So what we see for future of Compy Center is collaborative IDE, which will help user to code with their friend and other team members. So this is basically to promote teamwork. Then competitive hosting to help users with skill enhancement and to become competitive. Interview scheduling. Companies can carry out full recruitment process with coding tests plus interview using our IDE and meeting facility. So finally, meet our team of backend and front-end developers. Now we will be showing the website overview.
So good evening, judges. So I will be explaining the whole website demo. I'm the backend developer. So the first tab in our website is for the code forces. Like this is the feature of reviewing your whole profile. You can see a button that in the like the rightmost side, leftmost side that there is a CF user. You can enter a code forces URL there, and you can just click on login button. It will just fetch your all of the details from the code forces URL, and it will show it right there. And you can use the category and the filter section. So using that, you can just filter out like in which contest you have taken part, or what kind of competitions, how many questions you solved on a particular contest. It will just show you. Zara, just click on the filter button. Just click on attempted. So you can see that how many questions I have attempted are these in solved section and the unsolved section. These all are getting from the code forces API which we have used. So this is the first part. Moving on to the code step section. The same we have tried to implement the same thing on this one, but due to some code forces API problem, we are not able to implement that. So we have implemented a basic context list. Like this is kind of static one. Like these are all fetched from the code step API. But we are not able to implement this kind of thing like the same which we have implemented in the code forces one. Like how many questions you have solved, how many questions you have practiced. We will definitely try to implement that also. And the third part is the company section, where you will get all the details, like all the question company wise. And you can just click on done if you have done the question, or you can click on review if you want to review for further. And these all things will be stored in a local cache file. So whenever you will open the website again, it will show that how many questions you have solved previously and how many like you have kept for the review. Zara, click on the any question, like 1, 2, 3, any question. To some, add to some. After clicking on the question, it will get to the question like what is the question, what is the example test case, and the company tags which are there. Like for this, we have used the lead code API. So we will getting the company tags also. And you can click on the view solution button also. So get the solution there. Like once you click, you will get the three solution, best three approaches of a particular, which we submitted by the particular user. You can click on view solution. Click on that. You can see that there are three approaches, brute force approach and all. So these all are things which are getting from the API itself. So it's like after solving that, you can just click on done, like pick the done button, and it will like you have completed this kind of question. Like there are around 1900 questions which we have fetched from the lead code API, which are freely available. Like for all premium features, we have to purchase the lead code API. So that's what we done till now. So further in the problem section, like the next section, the problems one. So there are the problems also, which we are gathering from different APIs like CodeChef, Code Forces. These are the questions that are available on different kind of websites. You can just sort out using the category section. You can use click on the category and you can just get the category like trees, binary search, DP, and all the categories which are available in like a particular DS algo part. Like you click on the brute force, you can check that the questions are sorted by the brute force. You can click on the question and it will redirect to the website, like where it is present, like code forces, code chef, or anything. Just click on that. Yes, you can see that it redirect to the code forces page. Like this is the question that present there. So you can practice over there also. So in the next tab on our website, okay, there is upcoming. Yeah, this is the main highlight of a feature. Like as we mentioned, that some of the coders miss their contest or something due to their like time issue. They're like they are not in a particular precise order and are at a single place. They have to check every website and all. So this is our main feature. There is a bot like left side down. There is a button, red button. Like click on that left side down. Over your search icon, yes. There's a like a button hidden.
Yeah, actually, just a minute.
Uh, just zoom out the screen like. Okay, it's not working. So we will show like. Okay, no problem. We will show another. Okay, so in this part, like it's like showing some error. So it's basically like uh, you will get some contest details like whatever the contest is live or happening on the different kind of platform like Code Forces, CodeChef, HackerRank, HackerEarth, AdCoder, and LeetCode. These are the platforms. Once you click on that, different kind of platforms. So yeah, yes, click on that button. Just, okay. No. So
Yeah,
once you
actually,
click on oh, no problem. So after clicking on that button, like it will show you different kind of contests that are going live or which will be upcoming. So you can click on particular contest and it will redirect to that page of the particular website, and you can register on that also. So we have also developed a Chrome extension which was developed prior. We have used the same thing here. Uh, no, no. Just go to the compiler section. This is the basic compiler which we have used using Jug 0 API. So this is the compiler. There are like you can select any kind of language from the rightmost bar. There are 4 languages which are the priorities of a particular competitive coder. So you can use that different languages to code, and they like whatever you just put in the code, like put in the text box, it will just submit as to the Judge Zero API, and once we will get the JSON result, we will show it like whatever the code is run, like whether it's showing compilation error, runtime error, time limit exceeded, or a particular output is shown, we will show it there. And there's a Chrome extension like which we try to host on the Google Web Store. It will take time, like for hosting a particular extension on Chrome Web Store, it will take around 15 days. So we have requested that, and definitely we will be able to publish that extension soon and to help other programmers also. Thank you. That was our presentation.
Thanks, guys. I just had like a couple of questions. First thing is that this is already implemented, right? I mean, we already. I mean, I even at least 5 years back, I think we would be using something called Stop Stock. So with that, you can actually you can enter all your credentials of Code Forces, Code Chef, HackerRank, HackerEarth, and it would basically itemize all the contests you have upcoming. And not only that, you could also, as the name suggests, you could stalk your friends and see what all contests they are working on, or they are I mean the contests that they are taking part in, and accordingly, maybe if it's interesting, you would also register for them. So that seemed to solve the problem then of having all the I understand the base problem that you guys had was that we have multiple coding platforms. So in each one, if you register for a contest, then you might lose track, and if they don't send out a mail at the right time, then you might miss it. But I think this, and I just checked, Stop Stock has been there since 2015 or so. So I was a little doubtful on the base problem that you were trying to solve. It's already solved, and it's pretty decent, and it solves all the problems. So were you guys aware of this, or is this the first time you guys heard of Stop Stock?
Actually, sir, thank you for the question. But sir, actually, I heard that the Stop Stock was being like someone filed a claim like for like stalking a person is like a crime. Like if you are stalking someone, if you are collecting their data
I
without
think
knowing them,
we had no. I think
it's
we had a request in. I mean, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've done that, but I think it used to be a request accept based system where you can search for some user and then you can request to add them to your friends, and then
yes, sir, I
we would
understand.
get. I think
Yes, sir.
that was a much better. I mean, I feel that feature was very good. That you could actually track your friends' progress, and accordingly, if there's some interesting contest that you missed to register, you can register yourself. So that was one thing that I
Even
felt
on
like,
if,
yeah.
yes, sir. Even on our platform also, sir, you can just put your friend's username and you will get his or her details of a particular contest, like how many contests he are taking part and like how many
So
questions is
like
say.
that, I understand that, like, but my basic question was that like if the problem is already
Yes, sir.
solved and you know of Stop Stock, then why are you guys trying to like reinvent the wheel when it's already done? So that was my that
Like
was the question that I was working at, kind of struggling with.
we also try like so yes sir. Actually like generally so actually we also try to implement different kind of things also, sir. Not the same thing like like I generally I'm a competitive coder, so like I miss so many kind of contests. Uh, so using that, keeping that in my mind, I just developed the Chrome extension. I thought that it will be helpful for all the programmers also. So to keep the track of all the records, and we will be implementing some short things like you will get some notification on your browser that this contest is going live right now. So you will get the particular notification for that.
All right,
And
fine. I mean,
collaborative ID.
I
And
understand that it's not
so
necessary
one
that.
second.
Yeah, I understand it's not necessary that there has to be only one player in the market. You could differentiate yourself, but at least at the moment when I was seeing all your features, I didn't find that differentiating factor. You could work on it. You could try to explore that more. That was my
So,
first
so,
basic discussion. Yeah, Aryan, go ahead.
so, so one thing I would like to add on, like Code Chef, Code Forces, every other competitive programming platform is providing its own ID, right? But there is no such platform which is providing all the details of the coding competitions, as well as we are providing our own ID on the platform through which you can code with your friend on the same time. Like it is a collaborative. Have you heard of the name Replit? So that website, that portal is for development purpose, in which you can code with your friend on the same time, right? For competitive coding, there is no such ID available in the market. So we are providing that in the website. So this is our go-to feature,
So it's
which
for
will
collaboration, is it?
help us
The
differentiate with the players. Yes, yes, sir. Like you can code collaboratively at the same time. You can chat among your friends and solve a question.
Mhm. Okay, maybe. I mean,
This is
it's
also
been a
provided by
while
us on the
since I've
website.
it's been a while since I've been in this environment. I don't know what all companies are in, but this was something I noticed. So that was my first question, and my second, and maybe my final question is, I don't see any like as a business viability. I don't see a particular direct path towards a revenue. Or do you guys look at it as just as a tool, as something that you want to do, or pursue it properly? Do you have any revenue model thought of?
So as Aditya already mentioned that the revenue model is like for the companies can conduct their coding like coding test on our website, and we are also planning to release some sort of questions which company usually ask on basis on the subscription mode, membership mode. So these all things include in our revenue models.
All right, fine. Okay, thanks. Guys.
I'll go next. So help me understand this. So you're like, can you hear me? You guys
Yes.
can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, you are audible.
so team Control Alt Elite, help me understand. So is it fair to say in a single sentence that you guys are aggregator for all the competitive coding programming in environments or websites? You guys are an aggregator of that? You're aggregating, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the things that we need to be very careful while or anyone who builds this aggregator kind of a model, let's say Amazon or whatever, Ola or whatever, right? So these are all aggregators. So you need to provide an additional on top of values to the users. Like, hey, if you're gonna use, you're gonna go and use it directly, you'll miss on these five things, five features or five benefits, right? So you guys need to figure out what I as a user, what I get that I will have in a single pane of glass access to all the upcoming events across all the platform. That's good. That's one. But what about others? Right? There has to be an edge, your moat, your edge over what are the features that what is your competitive advantage and benefits. That's my first question. Maybe it's not a question, it's just a comment. The second one is what Anand mentioned, like, hey, how would you, if you have thought about this, or if I think you have not, so if this is for just for fun and for this competition, that's fine. That's good. That's good. Good of a project. But how about if you wanted to, convert this to into a monetary or business model or revenue model? That has to be thought about. I think Aaron, you mentioned about you're gonna. So who would be your ideal user for this? Who would be your ideal paying user for this? Have you guys thought about this? A student or someone else? It's a question.
So students will pay us for the questions which a company usually ask, like the recommended questions which company usually go for, and the companies will pay us for conducting their tests. So both of them are the users for us. There is we are segregating them on the basis of how they use the platform.
So you know what? You don't need to necessarily have multiple paying users. So honestly, ask me, it's difficult to get a student selling a student a subscription. Like, hey, you need to pay for this. Student does not like paid items. Okay, I've been a student. I don't like paid items. I always go and download torrent. Right? So it's difficult to get a student sell something to student. So you could keep them free of cost, but your other
Yes, I
answer.
completely agree, Karan. Completely agree with.
Right,
So
Ranjana.
this is right.
What you could do, Aaron, you answered that you can go and charge the companies, which is a good idea. You can go and sell, hey Wipro, hey TCS. You know what? You can instead of going and organizing your events on 5 different platforms, come to me and give me your tell me about your details of the program, and I will publish it to 3 or 4 or 5 platforms under the covers, under the background. I'm not sure how if LeetCode and HackerRaft provide you the respective APIs to do that. I don't know about it, but if they provide you the right APIs to post programmatically, host a contest, host something on behalf of your TCS, Wipro, Redshield, or any Indian company or any international company, that might could be a good a feature. So you can sell this to businesses.
Yes, sir. So during our presentation, we included this point that our target users are not only the students, but even the companies. The companies can host their coding challenges. And as I mentioned, we are also planning to implement a complete recruitment process on our platform. As you know, companies, they do conduct recruitment coding tests on different platforms. Here we are trying to implement both coding plus interview meeting facilities, so that
Yes.
the student or a user can particularly have a track on one platform rather than having it on different platforms. For example,
Yes.
if I am a user and I am giving a coding test on one platform, I'll get a mail for the interview. That interview will happen on a different platform, so that is bit confused. It can go many a times students, they miss the deadlines. So our target users are not only the students. We are providing a half way to the students so that they can practice coding questions and everything, but at the same time we are also targeting the companies, because our revenue model and our market evaluation, that definitely would be more precise with the leading companies, as well as we are also we definitely will allow startups also to come and join with us.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
Zara,
what
what?
we are
Yeah.
planning partially for our future implementation.
So Zara, what you described this totally makes sense, and and I would assume that you in the demo you guys should be highlighting that part, like, hey, you are a company, and with easily with this tool that we have built, you can go and host things, you can go and schedule interviews. So that part is more interesting rather than okay, I'll get questions from all those 5 platforms and I'll use and answer them. So what you
Yes,
described,
sir.
Sarah, it holds more value compared to what you were describing or what you were showing, right? So that's a good part.
Yes,
And
sir. We definitely will add a very catchy
So
line
adding,
for our
so
platform.
go ahead, Aaron.
And sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we are also planning to uh, uh, implement a feature which is like, suppose I am a student, I am doing competitive coding. So initially, what happens is that many of the coders don't know how to structure their code. A code can be implemented in several ways. So what we are trying to do is that we will suggest some good habits of writing code, like how where to open the scopes in a loop, and we will suggest that to the users while they're coding, so which will enhance their practice in coding, and it will also help them to structure their code well, which is not provided in any other platforms. So this is a feature that we are trying to implement.
No, it's good that Aryan, you brought that. So but that is day two. That's not day one. Day one is, you think about from a customer, which is an enterprise company coming to you for recruitment. So help them with the recruitment process. So that's your kind of product summary.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, good stuff. So I'm done with the questions.
Yes, sir.
Uh, Handing over to the next judge.
I've got no questions for them. I think Karan and Amog have already Anag have already added a lot of good input for them. So yeah, thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, from my
Thank you,
side
everyone.
also
Thank you
no
so much.
question.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, team Control Alt Delete. Now I would like to invite team Water Bottle for their presentation and live demo. Their team members are Shikhar Srivastav and Hitesh Mitruka. Are you here with us, team Water Bottle?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Shikhar will not join because he's not well actually, so
Okay.
I will be doing the presentation.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, try to keep it short.
Yeah, sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I am Hitesh Mitruka on behalf of Team Water Bottle. Before beginning, I would like to thank everyone present over here for allowing me to present my project, Ashrik. Let's begin with the problem that Ashrik aims to solve. Now, there are n number of blood seekers who are looking for blood donors, and there are n number of blood donors who are willing to donate blood, but still they cannot find each other easily. Even if the blood seeker tries to reach out via any social media platform or any other virtual means, the authenticity of the blood requirement is always a question. And since blood requirement is a critical issue, it has to be dealt with in an efficient manner too. So to solve this, Ashik provides a platform that bridges gap between the blood seekers and blood donors. Now every request made here is manually verified by the admin, and only then it is floated to the potential blood donors. Now this takes care of the authenticity of blood requirement, and to make the process efficient, each postal code area is assigned a voluntary admin who is responsible for verifying blood requests made in his or her area. With this, the blood requests are distributed over a number of admins, and therefore verification does not take much time, and authenticity and efficiency go hand in hand. Now let's understand the blood request cycle of the app. Firstly, user makes a blood request with a valid document which is sent to admin of that area for verification. After the admin verifies request, only then it is floated to other users, and then the donors can contact the seekers via the in-app communication system. Now, talking about the features of the app, uh, it has an admin panel which only admins have access to, where they review blood requests and verify them, and can also mark them as emergency based on their understanding. They can also post blood donation camp updates, which is shown in the feed screen to the users. Now, field screen consists of camp details and verified blood requests. The emergency blood request in a user's area is always shown on top of the feed with a red emergency icon. Also, proper notification system and email system is set up so that no user misses any important event. The app also comes with an voice assistant for simple functions like searching, sorting requests, navigating through app, etc. Uh, Then we have a nearby services tab through which users can locate nearby services like hospital, pharmacies, etc. And Ashik also has an integrated chat system to enable communication between two users, and it also has a chatbot which can be helpful for any assistance. And it also supports in-app calling, voice call. Then there is a history tab which contains all the requests raised by user till date, and user can take actions like revoke a request or normalize an emergency request. And to support larger user base, it comes with multi-language support, currently Hindi and English. And talking about the tech stack, we have used Java and XML for our Android app, and Firebase Firestore and Firebase storage for storing data, LNAI for voice assistance, and Agora SDK for voice call, Firebase authentication for phone number verification, and Firebase cloud messaging for push notifications, Google Maps SDK for selecting location, and Node.js, Express.js for the server side, and Brainshop AI for chatbot, and Heroku is where our server is hosted. So that was all about Ashrik in brief. Thank you.
Hitesh, is there also a demo?
I have to join with the phone for demo.
Or maybe would you like to present a demo or not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If yes, then.
Please allow. Is there echo?
It's
Yes,
okay now.
it's okay.
Hitesh, you need to unmute. You need to mute yourself from the web Chrome web meeting, and then stop your sharing from the web, and then go on mobile.
Is it fine now?
Yes.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is our this is the home screen. I've skipped the registration part, but that would be too long. It's just a normal phone number authentication. So the first tab is the home tab, and the topmost bar is where the blood donation camp schedules are listed, and these are the blood requests. The red icon indicates that these are the emergency requests in my area. Like I have registered with a pin code 400001. So in this area, these are the emergency requests, and the rest requests are sorted by date, and we can change the sorting by date, time, and extra like severity and all. So from this tab, we can make a blood request. Select a random location. I have to provide a proof, and then I will submit the document. I will submit the request, and it will go to the admin. So I have received a notification. Currently, I am only the admin, so I only received the request. So it will be shown here, and I can view the document which are submitted by the user, and then I can either approve or reject the request. I can share it externally also, like through WhatsApp or mail, etc. I can chat with the user, and after approval, if I mark, and after approval, it will be shown in the home screen. Then there is a history tab where the previous requests are listed. From here, I can take actions like I can revoke the request, or if there is any emergency request on my behalf, I can normalize it so that it no longer remains emergency. And if I revoke, it will cancel the request. Yeah, and this is the profile section, and this cooldown section is a cooldown feature is if I toggle it on, then I will not receive any notification. Yeah, it's like turn off notification. So that's all. Yeah.
Good. Anand, you can go. You can go first.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Karan. So my first question was that I hope, yes, right now you have people requesting for blood, and say I'm a
Yeah.
user who say I have O positive blood. So if there's someone who's requesting for O positive, since I've entered my PIN code, anything nearby, I can go and donate. So
Yeah.
don't think that a person who requires blood, would they have the time to have almost like an OLX mode? This looks a little bit like an OLX model where I'm requesting, where I'm basically putting some request out, and then someone else, you have to chat with them and all. Don't you think that's a little cumbersome? Don't you think that the hospitals, it would be more viable if hospitals could be the users requesting, because they would have the time to revert back to someone, or they would have the
Yeah, we have thought like we can add hospitals also in like potential donor list. Like they will also receive the request and they can also review it. But in addition, people in general, people also can review it. Like some blood groups are rare, like O negative. It's difficult to find. So if it's floated like across a number of people, then it is easier because it's personally I have faced like in my family this kind of situation where it was really difficult to find blood. So that in that sense it can help.
Okay. Yeah, I do. Very decent was it implementation, I feel. I didn't feel the tech stack overly complicating things. So definitely a good job done on that.
Thank you, sir.
I don't I want to understand maybe a business model, because this looks
Yeah.
completely like an NGO activity. Because firstly, you cannot charge for someone's blood.
Yeah, sure.
That will be illegal. It will be like a black market trading of some commodity. So since you cannot make a chargeable transaction, are you guys planning to make this on an NGO? But because it's totally okay if you're going towards an NGO direction, nothing wrong in it. But have you decided like which direction you want to take it?
As of now, we have not decided, but we have thought like we can sell it to government bodies, like, and then take maintenance charge from them. So in that sense, we can make money, but it's kind of difficult to make money from this kind of.
My personal opinion is, at the moment, like government bodies, if you actually look at, they would have already the data that you're trying to have people enter. Like for example, when I go into a hospital for any kind of a blood checkup, they would take my blood and they would have in the records that there's a person of this from this pin code who has this blood group. Like that's already present. So I personally don't think that if the government would find this a very high priority, they would be very capable to do it themselves. So maybe you could reach out to private hospitals,
Yeah.
or
NGOs we can
or campuses maybe, because I mean campuses in the perspective of people would be willing to donate, I feel.
Yeah.
You have a group of children and
Yeah.
kids, and most of them are fit. No one would have underlying. You could find that as the saying. You might want to rethink on a business model, because it's a very noble act. So when you put the the sanctity of the problem you're trying to solve, when you put it aside and when you're talking in business terms, then you need to decide whether which direction you want to take.
Yeah.
So that's my advice. Otherwise, yeah, a pretty good implementation. Nice one.
Yeah. Thank you for your feedback, sir.
Hey, hi, Hitesh. I'll go next.
Hello, sir.
Good stuff. I mean, I can see that your tech stack, your demo, your use case, you're covering like almost all the edges, like
Thank you,
Anag
sir.
mentioned. So good part on that part. That side, delivery was good, and coverage was good. This topic is personally very close to my heart because when I was your age, was a part of college, second year, I built a social network called as bloodyfriends.com because that time the .com was there, right? Not a mobile app. We built this, and it was a full blown noble cause. We were not charging anything. We built this. We managed to
Okay.
get a community of close to 5,000 users on our system. But then the idea did not fly it. What Anag mentioned, it is, you know you're dealing with emergency, and always you were dealing with emergency. If I need
Yeah.
blood, right, I am in emergency. I by
Yeah.
default I will. It's just a matter of an hour or 2 hours, not more, even not more than that, right? In this short amount of time, it would be very, very painful for me to open up my mobile app, give a proof, submit, wait for the admin, and then he will accept, and then it will flow onto the network of people. Then they will accept, then they will come down. It's a long process. I mean, I know that could be one way to do it, but that's a long process, and that is the main reason we were unable to scale our NGO back, like 10 years back to even 12 years back. That was the main reason, right? We were trying to build a social network. So this thing would not be solved by using a social network. It will solve using a closed network.
Yeah.
So
It's like
what you could do is, imagine you could be a metadata layer for a city blood bank. Because in a city there would be a lot of blood banks, and typically these blood bank does not share any data with each other, or they only share the data on phone calls. Like, hey, I'll call, hey, do you have AB negative? Then he will say, yeah, I do have it. On a phone call, they still work on phone call. If you can build a model or a free tier around them, hey, you know what, come and give us your inventory, tell us your inventory, we will make it available. You will connect the dots from the blood bank, you will connect all the dots from all the hospitals. So hospital will be the requester of your money, of the bank, sorry, of the blood. It will go and flow onto your suppliers are your blood banks, and then you will kind of patch the requester directly to that blood group center or bank, where he can go and get this thing, right? For which the hospital can charge a small amount from the use, like, hey, discovery amount, let's say discovery amount, right? So for example, if I need blood A positive or O positive, I'll go to the hospital reception. They will say, yes sir, for this kind of a service you need to pay, let's say, 100 rupees, I don't know, right? Then since I'm in emergency, I'll say, yes, let's do it, I'll pay 100 rupees. Then the hospital will open your mobile app. He will he will search from the inventory as O positive is available, let's say 10 kilometers from here, and we can get it arranged. So you need to noodle upon this idea, but that is the way you can solve the blood delivery, the sourcing and delivery. Because using social media as the logic under the covers, it sounds good, but practically it does not work because of time limitations, right? And good stuff on the tech stack side, it works. I like the app. And one basic question: why you have chosen all the good tech stack, or like all the topmost tech stack? Why not Kotlin instead of
so
Java?
Kotlin, I have not got time to learn actually
Acha.
due to college
Again,
academics
no
and
worries,
this.
no worries, no worries. It's perfectly fine to use even Java
Yeah.
and others. Just curious to know. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Hitesh.
Hello, sir.
So basically, like the problem that you're trying to solve, right? It's pretty good. I mean, like there are a lot of issues with blood, blood availability, and a lot of people die because of
Yeah.
that in India, right? So the problem is good. Now the point is how you will solve it. Like the application you have shown us, the demo, it was pretty good. I'll give you one example. Okay, so this is something that with one of my friends was trying to build back in 2016 or something around that time. And what we did was basically, and I think you can also use this, okay, as a distribution method. Okay. Now, how would that work? Is basically, let's say you are able to build a Facebook chatbot. Okay. Now, and this is what we tried to do. It was working. Obviously, we were not able to figure out the business model around it. And what you can do is basically just let the people interact with the bot, submit that I am O positive, this is my detail, and this is my constant pin code. The bot has got the detail. Now whenever someone wants the blood, right?
Hmm.
That person will say that I want blood, right? And this bot will ping all the people in that particular pin code area,
Hmm.
right? With that particular blood code. If anyone accepts it, this bot will open a channel, maybe a group chat with that person, including this person, and they can directly interact, right? So you're not even sharing numbers. It's pretty fast because uh, at that time Facebook was definitely a very active platform. Right now I'm not sure,
Hmm.
but you can easily interact with people. Your connection, you're reaching out to people becomes faster, right? Although the
Hmm.
business model around it is yet to be figured out. I completely agree with Karan and Anag, right? It's pretty difficult to build a business model around it, but yeah, I think you can definitely charge this discoverability fee, which Karan
Hmm.
mentioned, which though depends on hospitals and these blood banks. But I think from a discoverability point of view, you can use a bot kind of thing.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if creating a complete application around it would be viable, because people, there'll be hassle of downloading it, installing it, doing my KYC, doing registration, and all those things.
Hmm.
Instead, you can use Facebook as a layer, right?
Oh.
And then build on top of it. Build a bot that simply interacts with people, gives them the solution. Simple.
Hmm. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I just
Yes, ma'am.
as everybody has said that the concept is very good. It is a noble cause, you can say.
Hmm.
All have given their suggestion, but what I have noticed, this type of projects we are seeing every year in our college also. Okay, but what the thing, major thing, which I will give you a suggestion, that the whenever this type, if today also you will open a Google Play Store, you will
Hmm.
find n number of this type of apps. Okay,
Hmm.
for donors, for safe life. This because I went through last 2 years, there was a COVID problem, na? So many
Hmm.
people require these things. So I was very from the villages, they are not getting this nothing. Okay, just a
Yes, ma'am.
suggestion. Hitesh. Okay,
Okay.
thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Water Bottle.
Thank you.
Next we have Team 2Y Barrel for their presentation and live demo. The team members are Krati Jain and Naman Khattar. Team 2Y Barrel, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may start with the presentation and please keep it short and crisp.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Naman Khattar, and I'm from the team 2Y Barrel. My teammate is Miss Krati Jain. We have made an application that helps professors in capturing attendance. So let me just share my screen. So what we have made is a smart attendance capturing system. The system is useful in areas where people are used to taking attendance, such as in our college life, as we all have seen that professors generally take attendance by calling out each and every person's name on the roll call. This is a very inefficient method, in my opinion, because it takes out a large amount of time from the class. Say, for example, if there are 100 students sitting in a lecture, calling out if each and every student's name would take about 5 to 10 minutes. This is a very non-efficient way and could waste like easily an hour in a week. So we just wanted to create a solution for this. The solution that we thought of was a Flutter application, which basically makes a local network with the help of mobile devices using their connections. Uh, we use the Nearby Connections API from Google for this. Uh, this API helps us to track all the students sitting in a particular class and to manage all of their enrollment numbers
so that this can be collected afterwards and used for marking attendance. So the technology used. So let's take a deeper dive into nearby connections. So nearby connections is an API from Google Developers Club. The API is from the full developer club, and it has been used in many wide range of applications. The major applications have been to create local networks using three main services from smartphones: location services, Bluetooth services, and Wi-Fi services. These services, when they work in harmony, can create a very nice connection in three major topographies. The first topography is actually just a second. So the first topography is a P2P cluster, peer-to-peer cluster. So in a cluster arrangement, what generally happens is we join M devices. A device can join up from M to N devices, which means that this possibly can create a lot of chaos in a system, but it's useful in chat apps and such applications. The strategy that we used was actually peer-to-peer star topology because this creates a very controlled system, a controlled environment for collecting attendance. We generally start from the single person and it spreads to the number of devices that the mobile device allows to connect. And then these devices, once they get a connection from the back, they instantiate another connection to their front. This goes on and creates a sort of a tree structure, a star tree structure. We don't we can't get a specific amount of nodes for that because every device has their own number of limitations. There might be devices that support only three device connections, and there might be devices that support up to seven connections. So a little more on the workflow. So basically, we have created two Flutter applications. One is for the teachers, since we took that example here, but one is for the admin and one is for the client. So what happens is the admin starts with his instantiation, and he or she clicks a button on his application. The application then starts to search for nearby clients in the area and connects to the maximum number of clients that it can possibly connect to. Once it connects to all these clients then start making their own connections. These connections keep on going until the number of devices in the whole area has finished, which means at the end there will be no devices which are not connected to this network in the lecture theater. So this makes it efficient for the teacher to collect attendance because instead of wasting 5-10 minutes speaking out everyone's roll numbers or names, the teacher can just leave it to the app. The app will automatically collect everyone's attendance and just transfer it back to the teacher. So the problems we face in this application. So a major problem in attendance systems is always proxy attendance. Basically, people with enough knowledge can obviously fool the system. Anyone who knows how to crack an application, how to crack a system, can easily fool the system and mark their own attendance. So we needed to mitigate this error in our application. For that, we used the nearby connections API. The main use of that API was here because it uses three different type of connections: the location services, Wi-Fi services, and Bluetooth services, as we talked about earlier. So these services basically help the application to determine if the user is actually in an area that is supported by that application or not. So if a person is just standing outside a class, it won't connect to them because Bluetooth services are not as widespread, and location services will obviously tell that the person is not so near to the class to connect him or her to the network. The second problem that we faced was making the connection process seamless. Obviously, we have n number of smartphones in the market, and every smartphone has a different chipset, a different type of hardware design. So this creates a problem from device to device, but we tried our level best to test it on a variety of devices that were available to us and make it seamless for each and every type of device to connect to the network. The next and last problem we faced, not the last, but the a major problem that we faced was implementing the local area networks using the star network topology. So in a star network topology, if I don't manage connections, they could make multiple connections to a single node. This could be a problem as maybe some nodes could be left behind and some nodes could be connected multiple times. So for this, we actually, what we did is we allowed a node to only receive one incoming connection and then make as many outgoing connections as the device allows. So the future of our system, as we see is we can implement data structures into the network connection system, and specifically we are talking about graphs because graphs can help mitigate any issues and any problems that arise during the time of making the connection. Say for example, I make a connection in a class, and one of the device that was actually connected to, say for example, 4 to 5 other devices breaks down in the middle. If that device breaks down in the middle, the other devices that were connected to the network would also go out of the network because their entry point has been damaged. So this would create an issue as maybe one malfunctioning device can destroy a large portion of the network. For this, we believe that graphs could help us as the graphs can make new routes for the system, but implementing graphs into this system in the stipulated amount of time was not as feasible, as that would take a lot of time and effort for implementation. So we thought we could implement this in the future. The second thing that we have thought of is making this into a fully self-controlled system, one that can be used by universities and different places where attendance is a necessity, to be implemented into the existing management systems or as an independent system, so that no person needs to interfere into the system for manually entering any data. This could be a great business model if we can complete this project, but due to the time constraints in the hackathon, we couldn't complete this too. So next, we would like to display the demonstration from our video. So this is the video that we made for submission. So basically, the center device present here is actually the admin console, and the devices on the other two ends are the client consoles. So what we do is we enter the name and email of the person tracking the attendance here, and we enter the name, enrollment numbers, courses, years of the people who need to get their attendance saved on the client side. So now what happens is when we open up the main application, when we reach the home page, the application on the client side asks the teacher to click on the button to start collecting attendance. But before that, he obviously needs to ensure that each and every person is ready with their mobile phones to get the attendance saved. On the other side, all the students need to click on the button on their smartphones so that their attendance can be tracked. It basically instantiates the connections in the backend and lets them connect to the network. As you can see, both the devices sent their own enrollment numbers, and this device has received their own enrollment numbers. So this makes it easy for the person to track the attendance. As you can see, it was done in a matter of seconds rather than doing it in a matter of minutes. So, any questions about that?
Hey, hi, Naman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. One question that I have that you seem to be trying to solve the problem of teachers constantly, I mean, wasting about 5 to 10 minutes collecting attendance, right?
Yes, sir.
So most teachers, including Ranjana ma'am, would probably attest to the problem of having proxy attendance in colleges, right? And with your solution, don't you think that if, say, I don't want to attend my class and I give my smartphone to my friend who is
Yes, sir.
going, so don't you think that they would be able to mark my attendance and it would probably cause another issue? Have you explored that problem?
But sir, that would create trust issues among
That's right.
those two people. Like you won't give your smartphone to any other
Okay,
person.
so I
You
mean,
have
I've been trying to explore the problem of attendance for a long time. Like, why hasn't anyone just? I mean, have you guys considered that every professional college classroom has a CCTV camera? Why don't we just make it very simple that the CCTV camera takes maybe a snapshot every 3 phases during the class, and based on that, using some image recognition, we can just directly mark attendance without anyone having to waste time using smartphones or using a register to mark. What do you think like stops you from going in that direction, if you have thought that?
yes, sir. So actually, what I've seen, I've actually seen the footage coming from my classrooms. It's a very small sample space, but from what I've seen, the video quality coming from the cameras is not as good to actually implement facial recognition into them or any other sort of techniques. Uh, I don't exactly know what's the condition at other places, but from my college perspective, I've seen that it's not as great to implement artificial intelligence into that. Maybe the problem is maintenance on the college part, but I guess that was an issue. I did think about this, but I discarded this.
Yeah, I mean, I understand like you're trying to solve the problem of attendance issue, but I feel as I mean, I'm not a faculty of any sort, but as faculty, I would be sure that they would have a major problem of proxy attendance, and I don't think that your solution would solve that problem. So although I mean, I think people of our college also would probably attest to a problem of proxy attendance that would benefit a student, to be honest. But yeah, your from I didn't feel that solved at the moment. Maybe you can try to figure out another method to figure stuff like that out. So that was my 2 cents on this. Otherwise, a very neat implementation on a good attempt in all. So congrats. I think I'm done with my questions. I think next, I think Ranjana and others have questions. So I'm leaving the field.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was quite wondering that, as Anagar rightly point out, that we are proxy is the major issue for all of us as a faculty. And if you are able to solve this problem, which will be a great help, how you will do, and you are our student, so I can only say here that you try to implement first year, because all the software which people students are giving us are very complicated. We have to do attendance there, then manually, and that doesn't solve our problem. या तो आप एक ऐसा सिस्टम बनाइए कि क्लास के अंदर जब यू एंटर द क्लासरूम, that time your face recognition should be there, because thumb impression and many other we have done, so that was failed in our system. Student find a solution for that also. They made some favicol thumb and they do attendance sort of thing. So I don't want to declare the all loophole, but the thing is that I will be very happy because we have 200 students in a class, you to more than 200. So it is very very difficult to solve, take the attendance, and that is the worst part. Okay, our of course TA helps us, but it is not that solution. But if yeah, I'll be most happier person to implement if you can give the correct thing in this direction. Till you come to the next semester, definitely you will give the solution. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
Ranjanam, you
Karan.
should Ranjanam, you should feel proud that your students are breaking the system.
Yeah, yes,
Anyway, jokes,
daily.
joke. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they are very innovative.
They're very innovative and smart. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So, Naman, there are, I think you will agree with me, there are two big problems in colleges. Number one is attendance, proxy attendance, and the quality of the canteen. So I think you're trying to solve the first one. Naman.
Yes,
Naman.
sir.
So
I
what
agree. Both of them problem still is there in our campus, and I totally agree with that.
Yes, ma'am.
You should visit our campus, Karan,
Definitely,
because
ma'am. Definitely, we would love to.
yeah, because we have an entrepreneurship cell, very good cell, and we
Okay.
love to host you all judges, all three judges. I will invite in behalf of Triple IIT. So
Thank you so
now,
much, ma'am.
because
Yes.
yeah, our
Thank
students
you.
are now back in the campus, so we have again our campus is live. So because without the students, it is nothing. So definitely, we love to host all of you.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the invitation, and we'll connect with you. I
Yeah,
think
most
all the
welcome.
judges will connect with you.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
It's been
definitely.
great so far, by the way. So,
Yeah.
Naman, kudos to you. I mean, you're trying to use kind of a different approach to solve this. I like that the P2P API that you were using. I mean, like I'm in Club of Anak. Like I'm also one of the students who tried to solve this problem, but I was unable to. There are because, and I think every in every class people try to solve this problem, and I think we are not able to crack it worldwide. Um, so Naman, good that you guys tried a different approach to do it. Tell me a technical aspect of this. Like, have you tried to kind of demo or use this in your class just for a POC or a mock? Does this thing really works on
Uh,
ground,
Sir, we
even if 50% or 80%?
yes, sir. We actually couldn't implement it in a class
Oh, okay.
because classes didn't allow. But we tried it with our friends.
Okay.
So it worked. Like we had 5 to 6 devices, and it worked well around there. But we
And how would
can't.
you, yeah? So how would you kind of restrict the circumference or the area of the class? Like, hey, let's suppose I have a different class on the next wall, just a part of the next wall. How would you stop the attendance catching from the other room? Is there a way
Sir,
to do it?
yes, sir. Actually, Bluetooth connections degrade over space. So what we can actually do is we can take the signal strength coming from a specific smartphone, and if it is low below a particular level, we should ignore that and not connect to it. That would actually prevent it from happening. Anyone else from any other class connecting to the
That,
same
I mean,
signal.
to me, that would be kind of difficult implementation, I would say. But what Anak describe about using a CCTV and putting it, an AI recognition
Yes.
underneath, and having multiple screen captures, and what, to your point, like, hey, the image resolution. I mean, that's pretty simple to solve. If you put money, like get a great CCTV camera. It's not very expensive, by the way, right? So resolution problem does not exist, honestly, to me. That what you were describing, Naman, right? So I think what Anak told you, I think that is your next semester project. That should be your next semester project. Like, work on your attendance problem and try to use an AI and camera directly from the
Yes.
camera feed. If you manage to get it working, you know what? I think you have a very decent company to work on just once you graduate. And attendance problem is not only in schools and colleges. It's everywhere. It's in government sector, it's in private sectors, it's in workforce, where we have your factories where you have thousands of people coming up in and out, right?
Yes, sir.
So attendance is a real problem in every direction. Correct.
Yes.
So think about, it's a broader space. If you manage to solve it, and there are actually great startups even who are solving this. They have a solution, and there is no harm in building another solution if you can kind of replicate what are they doing outside India. Kind of just replicate made in India and build a solution on top of it. Your own algorithms, your own AI, your own things. I think you have a good model. So yeah, all the best. Good
Yes,
stuff.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Naman, hi. Have you thought of basically using fingerprints rather than basically mobile devices, right? So someone has to, whenever he has to enter the class, he has to get that fingerprint done, like thumbprint, and then get into the class, right? So immediately that thumbprint equals to that person enters into the class, something like that.
Yes, sir. Sir, we actually thought about that, but that would require another device to be installed in a classroom. And
I mean, that
uh,
cost will be bared by the college itself, right? So why do you have to worry about
uh,
that?
yes, sir, that's actually a great point. But I don't expect it from my college, so I wouldn't expect it from any other college too.
I mean, like, do it in good colleges, and not even in colleges, as Karan said, right? This attendance problem is everywhere. And
Yes,
now in government, like, because my father is in government servant, right? He's in railways. Um, so he used to go to work, but there were people who used to just sign and leave, right?
yes, sir.
And they used to stay for like an hour or so and then just leave, right? And then only two or three people are constantly working on things, right? So it becomes it's impossible to track, because there is like, people know each other, and they try to say, make it work,
Yes,
act
sir.
like brothers and things like that, right? So it's pretty hard to make that system right, although government tried to implement that, right? But no one is using them
Yes,
uh,
sir.
in railways, as of I know, right? So if you can make it work in these private sectors, right? Already, I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
like, a lot of private companies, like startups, have these fingerprint kind of thing. Like, you do the thumbprint, and you enter into the gates. Your attendance is marked, right? This is your login time, right?
Yes, sir.
You can implement the same thing into colleges and all those things, and you don't have to worry about the cost of that
Yes,
infrastructure, because that will be coming from the college that is taking subscription from you, or the person who is taking this or the company that is taking subscription from you. Like,
yes,
rather
sir.
than using this whole infrastructure that you're trying to build, there is already existing infrastructure. You just have to extend it. And this,
Sir, but also, as ma'am said,
Hmm.
fingerprints biometrics can be bypassed, as she told that it has happened in her classes. People can use different methods to bypass these biometrics.
Then
So
look
that
into.
is the solution that you have to think now why I gave you this, because you have to think, as Nirbhik is rightly saying, that you have to think in that direction, that how this problem can be sought out. And everywhere it is, if you solve it, triple IT campus, you will get orders by default. MNIT is there in Allahabad itself. There are so many national importance institute. Okay, so first you can first try here, then that will be a model that you have to break that model now. That is our concern.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope students over here are not getting worried about this. Right?
Yeah.
I will
Sorry,
definitely do that.
Nirbhik, I just interference between
No,
when you
no
were.
problem. No problem. No problem. Also, you can look into the idea of smart gates which are installed in Dubai airport. Okay, so you don't have to do anything basically. It just scans your face, and your immigration is done.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
is that is one thing. And when we actually, my education is from abroad, my postgrad is from abroad, so there we are in a we called mensa, that is mess. There was one system that there was one channel gate, one rod, and when we punch it, it was open, and again suddenly it get closed. Okay, so
Yes.
the next one has to enter. No two students can enter together. Either that system should be
Yes.
some
Definitely.
hardware part also included in the software, what I feel, that can be incorporated if mm. Yeah, again I will tell here, I will say that if you require some hardware to support, I will fund you. We have lot of funds to give to the students for their startups. So that we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
do. So Naman, sorry, this the team has to think. If they really want to work for it, we are ready to pay you for that.
Uh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Um,
guys.
Actually, I just have one more point to add. So, actually, about those fingerprint scanners and biometrics and even the CCTV devices, we thought of eliminating any sort of hardware to be used. So, for example, not just limiting it to school, student, teacher frame of reference. If we have to take attendance, for example, if people visit a certain place and they have to just see if all the members are there or not, they can use our system. And apart from that, in our future enhancements, we have also thought of providing For example, our college used the web kiosk system to mark the attendance. So we thought ki if the database that would be collected from the clients to the admin, we could directly, once the admin enters his web kiosk ID and password in our application, it would directly it would run an automated script which would directly mark the attendance on the web kiosk as well, thus eliminating any sort of work for the admin. Because even if we use CCTVs or biometrics, at the end of the day we'll have to use that database and mark it on the main system. So that's one more problem that we have worked on.
Thank you, Krati. I think I'm not the right person to comment on it. I think Anak or Karan can probably comment on that. But I think it should be this similar system has been implemented at a lot of places. So I don't think there should be any implementation issue. You just have to look into the cost that you will bear, and that the code that you have to give to the other party that is trying to implement the system. That's it. I think if you get the right business model to build around it, I mean, like you already have a successful business model around it. You just have to like I mean, like just implement that same system in how it will work in colleges. I mean, like the system is already there.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, sir.
So
you.
I guess there are no more questions. Okay, so thank you, team. You may leave now. We will be moving on. So the next and the last team we have for today is Exit Code 1, and the participants are Nikhil Mankani and Aishwarya Nathani. Are you there with us?
Yes.
Yes, you may start presenting and try to keep it short.
Yep. Just a second.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not able to present my screen. Give me a minute, I will rejoin.
Yes, sure.
Is my screen visible? Yes. Sorry for the wait.
A very good evening to one and all. KYC systems right now. First is that there are no middlemen involved. So we are leveraging the power of next. Yeah. So this is the architecture diagram. Basically, we have the application stack wherein we've used Django as our backend, and we've used Web3 to interact with it. We've used the Firebase authentication system and IPFS, as I said, to store our documents or nodes. Then we've used Morales, which is the blockchain manager, Brownie framework to write the contracts. Polygon is the network, and MetaMask is the wallet that we've used. Next. So this is the encryption diagram. So now basically, as we all know, that IPFS is a public node provider. So it is not safe to actually store your documents on a public node. So that's why what we are doing here is we are uploading the documents to our website, and then we are encrypting the documents using the RSA and AES algorithms, and then we are uploading it to IPFS. So basically, we are encrypting the documents and then storing it on IPFS. Next, similarly is the decryption process. So we are again, when the user, when the KYC for the KYC, when the bank needs the documents, we are again using the private and public keys to decrypt the documents. Next. So for our project in blockchain, we've used Solidity, Morales, Polygon, and IPFS. And for backend, we've used Django, Python, and Firebase for authentication. And for frontend, we've used HTML, JavaScript, Ajax, CSS, jQuery. So now we'll move to the demo part. Nikhil, you
So,
can begin with the demo.
Are there any questions, like, because some?
Now, please go with the flow. We'll take question after this.
Okay, sure. So yeah. So this is the home page. We have this first page to give basic information about our website, so that it is easy for the user how this website works, and each and everything is transparent at what this website does. We have also explained blockchain in some basic manner with some FAQs. So moving further, we have this login and sign up page. So there are two types of login. It is either user login or a bank login. They can simply sign up according to what they want, and it will be added. So this part is yet to be polished much. So for now, time being, we have used Firebase for authentication purpose. And to quickly log in here, I would not keep sign up for now. I have already created the user. So first we will log in through the user account. So once I log in, now this user is not yet added to the blockchain. I'm really sorry because MetaMask got closed due to Chrome crash. So I just need to log in. Just a second. Yeah. So this is the user account which I'll be using. Now we have used require statements in our contract to make sure only the authorized person is able to perform actions for their particular role. So user's account will be used to check if only this user is performing the actions. So first I need to fill in this basic information. This information is to be filled just once. So I have entered the account address. Then it is my first name, then last name, phone number. So these are the basic details which are necessary for KYC and will be used by the banks further. So we have curated these fields so that it is not unnecessary fields, but at the same time necessary. So moving further, now we have come to the main part where we have built this consortium of banks, and these banks have decided on some universal documents. So these universal documents are like Aadhaar card, PAN card, and electricity bill or ration card, something like that. So these, when the user will register, it will ask them to upload these documents. So now I will upload Aadhaar card. So yeah, now Aadhaar card, this PAN card, and now it will ask me profile photo, as profile photo is also necessary for the KYC process. So once this is done, now just I have to click on create your account, and all these documents will be encrypted using the user's key. They will be first encrypted with AES because we knew that encryption is done using RSA and it would have been easier, but these images and PDFs have a large chunk of data in the back, like the byte code, but that cannot be encrypted using the public key because it will create a more big chunk of data, and that is not feasible for storage. So what we have done is we have first encrypted it using AES using a single Fernet key, and that Fernet key is encrypted using RSA, so that we can easily encrypt this small key using different public keys, so it can be easily transferred to the banks. So once I click on create your account, Now what will happen is this encryption process will go on. It will upload the docs to the IPFS, also pin it to Pinata so that it is easily fetchable. Now next what it will do is it will get this user and add it to the blockchain. So we have used Polygon network here as a layer 2 network so that transactions are a bit faster and the transaction cost is a bit low. For now, like it has added, for now it is added. Now I can go to profile page to view what details are there. So these some fields are disabled, and like this the information is displayed along with all those things. Now you can see the universal documents here, what you have uploaded. So to give more flexibility to the user, what see now this could have been decrypted only because this user had permission. But if someone else, like if I open it somewhere else, the other person cannot use this because they don't have the key to that. So they now giving more flexibility, what we have done is we have given them an option to choose. So suppose like these are very basic documents like Aadhaar card, PAN card, which won't be changed, but these profile photo or something ration card, like due to my address change. So what we can do is we can click on this choose file and click on edit profile. Now the user account which is associated with it, only that can change. So now once I think that all my profile is accurate, I will go to apply bank. Now this is that simple that I have to just select the bank. I don't have to keep on uploading documents again and again. What I have to just do is I want to click this apply to bank. Now what will happen is it will prompt me a MetaMask notification which will ask me to confirm this. Now as I am the user account associated with this account, it will allow me to apply to the bank. And now what the main thing that will happen here is that Fernet key just I mentioned, that will be encrypted using the public key of the bank I'm applying to, so that that bank will be able to decrypt the Fernet key and then further access the documents. So now moving to all applications, as you can see, the new application has arrived here with the status of pending. We also have filters here. So with the application number, the bank which I have applied to, applied on, and the status. So now as on the user part we have done, we will log in to the bank's part. Moving further. So now we are into the bank's page. So this is the profile page of the bank. Now, as you know, we have used the require statement. So the accounts which are allotted by the bank can only perform the actions. So suppose I have a bank account which is added, this bank account is added, but I want to add this bank account as well, which is an employee of mine. So I will just enter this bank account here. I will select the original bank account which I have, which is allowed to perform the action. Just a second. And what I will do is I will click on add. So what it will do is it will grant the access to this account as well. And now this account can perform the action, so that it has a huge accounts are having the access. Now coming to the additional documents. Now what happens is as we discussed, this is a consortium of banks. So some banks have come together and they have decided that we will take these documents. Now suppose in future, as needs are very dynamic. So suppose if I say there is a bank which says that electricity bill should also be included with the description. This is very important. So what I can do is as a bank, I will click on suggest. Now we have used blockchain technology here as well, the voting mechanism where the banks will come together and vote for additional docs. So now this document won't be visible because I am the bank itself. I won't vote for myself. So this is the ration card which is suggested by some other bank. So we can see the ration card, the name of the document, the description, the votes. So we have the positive votes, the total votes that have been casted, and the total votes that can be casted. So if I click on accept now it will consider to be majority, right? So I will click on accept. And now considering that I'm in the right account, bank account, and I have the right to vote for this. So now it will have a positive vote count of 2, and that will be a majority. So that will be added to the universal documents. Now this I will show again when we will go to the user account. For now, we will go to pending applications. So this was the application which was visible to the bank for the user. So what bank can do is bank can click on view user to view the details of the user. Now, as we know, this user has granted this bank the permission to view its documents. So these are documents which are like basic details which are given. So we will move here. Now, for now, time being, we have done like this. So what the bank can do is bank can click on Aadhaar card. And as you can see, this also got decrypted. This is only because this bank had the access of that user. So now if this bank thinks like, okay, this is a valid person and I have to give them the access. So I can give accept it, or even I can reject it. But when I'm rejecting as a bank, I have to give a reason for what I'm rejecting. So for now, I will accept it. And again, the authentication process is there to check if I am on the right bank account. So this is being accepted. Now moving further, now this is completely done, the bank part. Now finally, the very last part that we are doing is we are going here in the users part, and we'll go to all applications to see that the status has been accepted, and we can filter and applied on and verified on. So on what time it was verified, it will also display that. Now the main thing that the universal documents I said, as you can see, the new thing is ration card is being here, but now it is not uploaded. So when I will go to apply bank and I will select suppose a bank and click on it, and I click on apply bank, what it will do is it will prompt me a notification that you have some missing universal documents. Please add them to avoid rejections, and it will direct me to the profile page. Now what I have to do is I have to upload this ration card here, and only then I will be eligible to easily apply, so that it maintains that banks don't get unnecessary requests. So this was what our encapsulated project is, and we have tried to do as much as possible. We might have some bugs, and we might have some improvements, and we are definitely keen to listen to them.
Good stuff. So Shwarya and Nikhil, power pack presentation, good stuff. You mentioned about so I mean, I'll give you some practical advice. Okay, whatever you guys have built, it's a good use case. However, the way you guys are thinking, it does not work like this. Okay, first of all, it is very difficult in India, at least, to get this consortium built. Like all those public banks coming up and telling you, okay, these are the 15 documents we all need together. They'll not come to a same page. They'll not come to a same table. Okay, number one. Number two, your not only banks. Okay, I mean, I have accounts, let's say, on three or four different banks. In India, there are 20 plus banks. Okay, I'll not go and open up a new account every month, every year, or let's say every 5 years. Okay, my account, which is there since last 5-10 years, I'm still using it. However, I would be going and downloading more apps from Indian Google Play Store, like, hey, Wazir X, or let's say Zerodha, or Upstocks, and so these are the fintech apps that I would be continually using. And going forward, there will be new companies coming up. I would be, as a user, I will go and download them. And these are the new companies who require KYC. Okay. So your solution needs to solve that journey, not the banks. Bank is just one time. I'll open a HDFC or ICICI and SBI account once in my life. I'll not go and even I'll not close it. But I'll keep on adding more apps, more fintech apps that is coming in India. Okay, as a user. So each and every app, they need to go through this KYC journey. So your job with the blockchain is your user base, that is your market to go after, not the banks. Number one advice. Number two advice is the way it works is slightly different. Every time, so what you have kind of built, you have just built a store of documents. And I think in India, there is also an app called as who can help me with this government app. I don't know, where you can store the document, right? There is a government wallet.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm missing that name. So it's kind of that thing, right? But the way
DigiLocker.
Correct, Nirvik, DigiLocker, right? The way the reason DigiLocker is still not yet popularized because they have not given the APIs, so people cannot use it. I run my own startup as well, so I know we have already integrated with these kind of KYC flows with different third-party companies. The way it works is these are intermediaries. They will go in the back end, work with government authorities like Aadhaar, UIDAI, PAN verification, digital your driving license verification. Okay, so under the covers, when you submit an PAN card, it goes to this intermediary, and then it goes to backend government system, authenticate, send you the OTP, and you will verify on at runtime. Okay. If you don't do that, government will not verify your ID, which means your verification will fail. Okay. So you are kind of storing it. Number two problem that will come up is, let's suppose today I have uploaded the documents to your IPFS store. Okay. After 2 years, I changed my address got updated. So I, as a user, I need to make sure my updated recent documents are there in your system. Okay. Banks and all these companies run check for KYC because in India, people change mobile numbers, people change addresses, multiple times. So that's the reason they have this KYC, know your customer process, which means at runtime, they update all the details for you. Okay. So technically your solution is good, but if I think about from the point of view of practicality, okay, you still guys need to do more work with respect to Indian ecosystem. And if you manage to solve it, okay, then kind of you would be because I'm not aware about if any other company is solving this from blockchain or not. You need to see if it is overkill or it is if it's something that you guys can build. Overall, with your own workflow, you have designed a flow which actually works. I can see that. Okay, you have this approval flow, you have this addition flow, and you have this consortium flow, which is good, which is your own little kind of creation. Okay, getting these companies adapt your creation is a difficult job. So try and look out for startups like SurePass and other startups are in this area who are actually solving this EKYC stuff. Okay, go and read about them, go and read about their workflow and processes, book an appointment with them as a customer and understand how they are using it, and convert that to blockchain and Web3. If you guys, let's say in a couple of years, if you guys able to crack this nut, then you're out on something massive here. Okay, but yeah, good stuff and good use case.
Thank you, sir. And like the one you mentioned where we have to get to the apps, like that was a very crucial point and a very like it expands the scope of the project, where you said that new apps, we keep on installing new apps and it requires KYC, so that will help it. And the second thing you mentioned, that the uh, OTP thing, which is like directly getting verified. So actually we tried finding some APIs to verify this a Aadhaar card or some PAN card, but that is obviously not officially available to us. So we have it for now for as a future scope, that verification is authentic using OTP and all. But yeah, definitely we will work on your points and try to build something which like is great.
All the best. Good
Thank you,
stuff,
sir.
guys.
Nirvik, do you want to go next or should I?
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost thing, why do you need blockchain for this?
So first thing is we are storing the document hashes to make it like non-corruptible at first thing. And second thing is like it is again a decentralized way. As you saw that voting thing was used in that universal document thing. So that thing is all decisions are made by the contract. So there is no one editing this thing, or there is no person sitting on the center and dictating that these documents should be necessary, and someone is saying no, this document should be necessary. So that is a one small scope of it. And the things are that we thought of leveraging this technology, and also we had interest of using like Polygon network, which we tried using in previous projects, but we couldn't find a way there. So we tried that we leverage these technologies, and like of course it is saying that the experience is the best learning. So we try to like find ways to how we can use this technology. So some of the use cases were there and we used them.
Got it. So the second point is correct, that the code is deciding everything. For there, definitely yes, you need blockchain. For data, I think you use IPFS or not, that is your choice, right? Second is which is with respect to current, right? And as he mentioned, if you can have a different process altogether, let's say this DigiLocker is there, right? And obviously the APIs are not public yet, right? But think of a system where the bank is simply, raising a request to get your KYC, and on your DigiLocker, there's a message that pops up, and says that ICICI Bank is asking for your KYC, and you say yes, right? And DigiLocker instantly shares the document with ICICI. You don't have to submit it. You don't have to go over there. Think of that environment, right? Something like that. If let's say tomorrow DigiLocker comes up with this option, then what you will do? Or maybe you can present it to DigiLocker team, the team behind DigiLocker, right? That you can build something like this. Right? I'm giving you options. I mean, the KYC definitely needs to be improved. The process is very bad right now. There's room for improvement. If we can have something like a seamless system where that I just approve right? And I don't have to do anything. Like, why I have to go and submit all the documents, right? Bank needs it, so I just have to approve it, right? Customer should be your preference, so he just needs to approve it. Bank will take it. Bank will deal with DigiLocker or the government documents. They'll take it. They'll verify, right? The system, the same system, is already implemented in. So whenever someone raise funding, right? They work with these KYC and AML platforms, right? Now, what they do is basically, let's say if a project is raising fund, they sign the shafts with these investors, and then they have these KYC process where the person who is raising fund, he work with the KYC team, and they provide a dashboard where simply all these investors, if they already have submitted KYC before for any other project, right, that simply picks it, right? Just ask for a permission and then it picks it, right? That kind of experience is required over here, where the user is dealing with all these institutions, not just banks, right? Be it your gas service, be your electricity department, you just have to approve it. If that kind of system is built or is there, then I think a lot of problems around, although it's a big problem to solve, but yeah, I think a solution like that is required, right? I don't have to go and sign up again and again somewhere and submit my profiles again. I don't have to do that. I just need to approve somewhere, right?
Yeah. So in this hackathon, we just had like 36 hours, and bank is an entity
Yeah,
like we are more familiar with. So that is like one thing we picked. We had the idea of integrating this with many other organizations like insurance platforms. Obviously, we did not think of such a vast idea of going to connecting with tech apps and the investing apps like Upstocks and all. But yeah, we'll definitely work into it, and we'll definitely try to integrate DigiLocker as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, hey guys. Most of my questions were covered. I think Karan and Nithik really posed the questions quite well. Just one thing I wanted to ask on the technical aspect. This is encryption and all. This comes a little under my domain. I didn't quite understand. So you guys have a file. You're using AES. You're creating a particular key, and then on top of that, you're using RSA, and then you're creating that and then you're sharing this key, or you're storing this key in your blockchain network. Once a bank comes into contact, with that key, they're going to use their public key, decrypt it, but now they're going to get the decrypted AES key. Am I correct? So how are they going to work with that later on?
So basically, they don't get it. They are just the mechanism is using it. So once they log in, we have this private key, right? So this private key is encrypted with the bank's password, which they log in with. Just like we have this MetaMask account. Mm-hmm. So when you want that private key, they will ask your password. Like, you want your private key, you give me your password. So when the bank will log in with their password, their private key will be decrypted, right? So using this private key, now this is the Fernet key. So this Fernet key was encrypted using the bank's public key. So bank has the mechanism has this private key. There is this encrypted Fernet key. Using this private key, it will decrypt this Fernet key. Now this Fernet key will instead decrypt the whole file. So this is like a complex process, but that is good for the security.
Yeah, that I understand that. But in most of the, especially in the field that I work in, apart from encryption, there's also authentication, to make sure that the integrity of the key as such has not been changed. So we use a lot of algorithms for that to make sure that, so usually like when you have any voice packets or something, so we add additional headers and we add additional information to make sure that the integrity is not compromised. So I don't personally think that you guys have that implemented. If you have, then please let me know. If not, that's a definite requirement here. You need to have authentication also to make sure that that key has not been tampered with. Otherwise, just imagine that due to some, I know the odds are very, very off, but in some case, it should never be a scenario where the bank gets someone else's documents. So we need to make sure that there's an authentication check which immediately stops the process in case it's not authentic. So that was one thing. Second thing was that you mentioned that just to make sure for the ease of user you're able to have them access their documents, right? So you mentioned that that is only possible when the user's password is entered. So is this session dependent?
Yes.
So you've already implemented it to make sure that it's in that particular session.
Yeah,
So
right.
they cannot basically log in from some
No.
other area and try to
No.
access that.
So we have tested it with Postman as well. So it is not working unless and until they have logged in. And also, sir, to mention the thing you said, the authentication part, we found out some algorithm, or what you would say concept, that is no knowledge proof. I guess that is the one. So using that, we can do that authentication part, the one you which.
I mean, I don't have a lot of information on which particular algorithms they are preferring in blockchain networks.
Yeah,
but since it's banks, it's absolutely necessary. So that was one thing. And again, the general concept of the problem statement was a little troubling to understand, because the original logical use case is that when I go to a bank, then they would be just behind me to open an account, because they have their personal agenda, they have their own stats to maintain. So I have bank accounts again in multiple banks, so I never faced an issue of me having to be behind them. So as Karan mentioned, that maybe your base use case is good, but maybe the particular apps that you want to use it on might be refined. It has to be refined to create a business around it. And again, I didn't quite clearly understand that what your business model would be, because there's no transactions here. Are you just relying on vendors like banks to pay you? Is that your expectation?
For now, that was a very big question for us, but due to first our aim was to build the project, and then we also realized that the transaction part was there, but definitely we will try to find some way. And as you said, that we have basically generalized our scope to banks for now, as the for the hackathon perspective. But considering the startup and the business model wise, we definitely will extend our scope, and also click on all the base cases as well as the perspectives related to business and the fundings and all. So we will definitely look into that. But now, as we had this proof of concept kind of mindset, where we had to present an idea which was having a flow, which was having a proper mechanism, so we went ahead with this. But definitely we will have improvements, we will have enhancements, and we will look into the business model.
Just one more question that I know will be an issue in your model, just for a thought, just for you to give some thought on it. Now, say I have your Aadhaar card, your PAN card, in some interaction you shared them with me. Maybe I'm an agent or something. And what is stopping me from creating an account on your name at this moment? What is stopping me? There's maybe an OTP system and all. I mean, I feel that the reason why banks choose to have them opened in person is because they can verify that who is the person signing it, and does that person's face match your Aadhaar card. And this is the major problem that I think Kotak or someone has been trying during this COVID time. They've been trying to move to an online model, to open accounts through an online mode, but this is a major problem. So this, I know that it's a problem in your current implementation, but you need to figure out a way to fix this. But
Sir,
otherwise,
Sir, to this signature part of it, so blockchain is meant to work on this. So basically, as you saw, that I was performing the transaction using an account. So that account basically acts as a identity of mine. So whenever I am doing a transaction, I'm basically signing a transaction. So when I'm providing some documents, this account will be used as an identity of me, that I am signing this account. So that plays the role of signing, digital signature, basically, as you would say.
So you mean that the MetaMask account in itself is your...
Yeah, it itself signs a transaction.
Maybe that could be possible.
Yeah, definitely, but the OTP thing would be a necessity. Right?
Yeah, I mean, in general, banks are very particular. So
yeah, definitely.
I agree that MetaMask in general can be considered like a digital signature, but maybe you need to be more cautious. And
definitely.
Again, the adaption is a whole another conversation. But yeah, very nice implementation and attempt. Nice work. You guys probably have a lot to work based on the comments you got from others. So I hope to see that it eventually go into production.
Definitely.
Do we have any more questions? Ranjana ma'am?
No, from my side, there is a lot of discussions. There were good questions with all the three judges. So Now I will just say there is no question from my side. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, so I guess this includes all the presentations.
So we'd like to thank everyone who took part in Hint for giving it their all. We're grateful to our judges for their encouragement and for taking time out of their busy schedules to help us make Hint a huge success.
We are confident that it was an excellent learning opportunity for all our viewers. We would like to express our gratitude to the entire Hack in the North crew, particularly Dave Bansal, our lead organizer, for ensuring that the event ran well and for putting forth every effort to make it the spectacular event that it was.
Well, I'm blown away by the caliber of projects submitted for the 5th edition of Hack in the North. We hope that all of the viewers had as much fun as we did watching this stream.
Yes, this event was a huge success with high quality contributions covering everything from hardware to software to AI and machine learning, AR, blockchain, and much more. You may all view this video later on our channel and subscribe to get more.
The results will be announced in the Discord channel shortly, so stay tuned. I would now like to invite Dave Bansal, the lead organizer of Hint, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I, Dave Bansal, as the lead organizer of Hack in the North, would like to thank our wonderful and renowned judges for helping us make this event a huge success. I would also like to thank our Honorable Director as well as the esteemed faculty of Triple IT Allahabad. Further, I would like to thank the entire Triple IT Hint team who have worked very hard to make this event happen, and also all the participants and the viewers who made this event this great. Signing off this iteration, hopefully see you all in the next one. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, guys. It was a great session.
Yes, it was
Ranjana
great
ma'am,
having you.
it was
Yeah.
glad to connect with everyone here. Ranjana ma'am, thanks for having us and the rest of the judges. So it's glad that we are able to make to this one. And I mean, I learned a lot of new stuff. So you guys are doing a good job. So keep it up and fantastic stuff. And Ranjana ma'am, can we get your email address if it's okay?
Yeah, definitely. I will just type here in the chat box. Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to collaborate with you later on.
Okay, it will be great
For
thing. Definitely, we will love
yeah.
to have you on the board, and sure, we'll discuss our project, ongoing projects, and we'll like to take your inputs also in that regarding that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
I've
ma'am.
shared my email, and I'm also sharing my number, WhatsApp number, so
Oh,
we
that
can
would be
ping
great.
and we can be in touch together. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for this.
Okay, it was also a very great pleasure to meet all the judges, and as again I will say to the students, it was a wonderful. All the projects were very good, and hope same for all. And I have already contacted Garvit for that, so later on we'll be again interacting. And again, thank you so much on behalf of Triple IT. Also, I will like to thank Karan, Nirbing, and Anag for your time, and definitely next time we like to see you all in the campus. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Karan sir.
Thanks a lot for hosting.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.